This is our one chance to find out what the Iconians are doing and when they're going to attack. And they won't wait for our ships to be in position or give us time to muster a defense. One day very soon, the Iconians will simply appear at our homeworlds, and we will have to fight to survive.
What'd you do to Lieutenant Salon?
Poor Gaius. All that Borg hardware in his head made it easy to give him some guidance. I've had quite a bit of time to learn about Borg technology. All you need to know is which switches to flip. It's been very helpful having someone on the inside. I would have never escaped without him. But as a gesture of goodwill, I'll give him back now. There probably won't be any permanent damage.
How'd you manage to reprogram him so thoroughly? His implants aren't that invasive.
The Tal Shiar has studied mind control for decades, and I had full access to their techniques. Some of it is quite ingenious. Do you know that the proper sequence of mental conditioning and image projection can program someone to kill their best friend? I've seen it work. Once you know how to get into someone's head, you're there forever.
Yeah, I saw that episode too. Do you really think we can fight the Iconians?
With the coordinates I've memorized, I can gain access to an Iconian staging sphere. Tapping into the Iconian data networks is risky, but the potential benefits are significant. It will be difficult. Iconian operating systems are designed to overwrite and destroy other computers. However, I know enough about their devices to gain some useful information before that happens. Specifically, we need to determine what forces the Iconians will use against us. We must prepare for what's coming.
Let's go, woman.
My engineers report that they're having trouble keeping engine power stable. It appears you did quite a bit of damage to my ship. Unrelated systems keep failing in no discernible pattern. Perhaps you can take some of your people down to the engine room and have a look? Keep in mind that the sooner we get underway, the sooner this is all over.
It's not exactly endearing you to me, but whatever. Gaius?
This unit is in diagnostic mode.
Lieutenant Salon, can you understand me? Gaius?
This unit is responding to its neural overrides. Please, help me.
I'll get you out of it. Dreadnought, 1 to beam directly to sickbay. So unfortunately, I know we're just losing people left and right over the last couple of years. Because he's an ex-Borg, Mike Kamano. He's a liberated. Also, one of my crew members just said, I don't trust her, and the other one said, the Admiral can handle her, referring to me. Let's reinitialize the main deflector. Science officer. Alright, Don, go deal with that. We need to get the stage flux chiller repaired. Fix it. Thank you. Shield power. Spirit, if you could deal with that, please. Thank you. I know, right, Space Cadet? That was an equipment failure. That was a bomb.
What are you doing to my ship down there? Don't make things worse.
So the saboteur who set off that explosive is on the move. Scans are picking up additional devices in the room. They're anti-tamper devices designed to keep anyone from getting close enough to disable the mines. You'll need to use your tricorder to desync the mine and move closer, so you can get and reach in and deactivate it. Okay. Well, I don't remember the scan button. Yeah, man, there it is. Dakota does ask a rather relevant question. Most liberated should probably be so psychologically traumatized that they have trouble eating in the morning. Especially since some of them can't, because their digestive tract was replaced. That's not helping. Not now. No. Thank you very much, Pesnator, for one full year of support. And welcome to the Year Club. I will go ahead and put that anniversary sub towards To the Moon. Strange sentence, but whatever. It works, it works. I mean, they still need to ingest resources they just can't eat. Anyways, so I know we've been losing people left and right over the last couple of years, but I have to admit, the David Warden one hit pretty hard. He's actually been one of my favorite actors since I was a kid. Pretty much everything I've ever seen him in, he's been fantastic in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting. Oh, I'll just kind of floor walk my way over here. Don't mind me. Taking a nap, taking a nap. Yep. Usually direct injections or something like that. Later, well. But that, okay. Wow. It actually will not let me interact with it unless I do the scrambling. That's interesting. Whatever. Good morning, Evo. As good a time as any to announce that there will be a late stream tomorrow because I have a dentist appointment. So FYI and all that. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people who would. I will freely admit I am not one of those people. Food is just too important in terms of community, in terms of social interaction, in terms of taste, and in terms of culture for me to want to not eat. Or to be slightly more accurate, to be incapable of eating. I most assuredly will not, Triaxia.
I shouldn't need to remind you that we're on a timetable, so I won't.
Thanks, Sela. But sleep is an unnecessary waste of time. As is breathing. I must replace everything until I'm just walking around as an energy being. Stomp. Oh my god, it's you. No. So listen, you can surrender, or I can keep shooting you in the face with anti-protons. Hey, he surrendered. The trip tomorrow is going to cost me about, here, I can give you an exact number. Check this out. You ready for this? Keep in mind that tomorrow's visit will not fix anything. It is actually step 1 in getting some stuff fixed. It will cost me $991.
I recognize you. You have to help me. I'm a Republic intelligence operative on deep cover. I infiltrated this crew of Romulan naval officers because they were still loyal to Sela. We can recapture her if we can keep this ship disabled.
How did you get on Sela's ship?
Republic intelligence has agents seeded through many of the groups in the Old Guard, and even a few infiltrating the Tal Shiar. It was happenstance that I was embedded in the group that helped Sela escape prison. What I need now is to keep this ship stalled long enough for the Republic to arrive. Then we can take Sela back to prison where she belongs.
Okay, look, I'm sorry. I actually can't allow that. I'm gonna have to stun you, okay?
Sela's using you. She'll never tell you anything of substance. If she was the Iconians' prisoner, she couldn't have seen anything important. If she's still working with them, then she's leading you into a trap. Your only chance is to capture her now and help us reveal anyone in the Republic who helped her escape.
I understand your position. Really, I do. But you have to understand that we're facing a war against the Iconians. So, this is beyond all the normal rules, okay? Sorry. A cleaning, well, I believe a cleaning would qualify as prophylaxis, right? Or is that the periodontal thing? I got those quoted here, too. Actually, that's a really common one because of how often so many different works use it, Drags. It's not actually copy wronged. That's trolls. But it's a really common thing for people to try and claim. Okay, so there you go. So a prophylaxis visit will be $109. Hey, twat face.
I understand you've captured a saboteur. I won't tolerate a threat to the safety of this mission and my crew. I intend to have him executed immediately.
This isn't your ship. This isn't your empire. You don't make the calls. He's mine.
Very well. However, this still doesn't solve our problem. We need to find a working Iconian gate.
I happen to know where you can find a gateway.
The Nopata system? Interesting.
Akiv had a base there, conducting research for the Iconians.
My ship has been modified to mask its energy signature, so we should be able to get there without detection. The Tal Shiar may be a problem, though.
Can't you order the Tal Shiar to let us pass?
The Tal Shiar serves the Iconians now. Certain elements of the Imperial Navy are still loyal, but the Tal Shiar would be more inclined to shoot me than listen to me.
Okay, idea? I have a giant Dreadnought. And I'll just kill anyone who gets in our way. Because they're literally already enemies. They were enemies before they joined the Iconians. They have not stopped being enemies. We here, at the Lore Walkers, firmly believe in killing Tal Shiar jackasses.
Those are Tal Shiar ships. The Star Navy doesn't have the interest or the means to police far-flung systems like this one. The Tal Shiar and I don't exactly see eye to eye these days, so feel free to do what you will.
Yeah, last time I was here, Hakeef had a facility on the planet. They must be using old bases.
Enemy vessel. This system is under Tal Shiar control. Stand down and prepare to be boarded.
You got it. Hang on, let me kill you before I close your thing here. You still on the line, buddy?
We are under attack and requesting assistance.
No, you're dead.
Responding to your request for assistance.
Oh, for God's sakes. You're a little late. They're already dead. And so are you. Alright, let's beam down. A root canal is actually pretty cheap here, ironically. The last one I had was only a couple $100. This, getting rid of this infected tooth, the actual main thing I need dealt with, probably should be relatively cheap. It's everything else that's going to be expensive. I mean, I wouldn't mind that blade trail. There literally is a Portal to the Sun ship weapon. The Iconians use it. It hurts like hell. Speaking of which, there's a very high chance we'll be doing some TFOs today. So, FYI. Let's see, just to give you the specifics, we're going to be doing Gateway to Grethor, Brotherhood of the Sword, which is ground, and then the Herald Sphere. And that'll be today, guaranteed. Hopefully we'll get to some other stuff too, but we'll get there.
Hakiv's private research facility. Soon all this will be lost to the sand. What a monument to folly.
Never thought I'd be back here again. Task Force Operation, I believe. It's an instance. It's a 5-man, or whatever you want to call it. Do you remember this place? We escaped here with Slamek. Well, let's break back in, with slightly more weaponry this time. Oh. Door doesn't have power. Man, if only there was some way to open a door without power. Shucks. Wait, hang on. I'm getting a message. Uh-huh. A door knob? Why would you want to have a knob on a door?
The Tal Shiar commonly use a diverter to intercept standard access codes on electronic locks. Give me just a moment. There. You really should learn some of these things.
Also, I have a weapon. I should be able to open doors regardless. I hate to keep pointing that out, but considering how often in Star Trek,
has been through here recently.
in general, and even in this very game, we use phasers to open doors that really should probably always be on the table. Like, probably a backup option, you know, if we have some other way in, that's preferable, but at the end of the day, if we run into a door we can't open, we have a phaser. You know?
Why am I not surprised the mess hall is the one place here that isn't a total wreck?
I know, right? Personal log. We've managed to get some crap on our glasses and therefore can't read this right now. Hang on, hang on. I hate having crap on my glasses. Any of you out there who also have glasses? Similar issue? Question mark. Like, it's just there, and it's on my vision, and I know it's there, and oh god. I actually knew someone back in the day who would just let their glasses get super dirty. Like, I'm talking smears, and dust, and flecks of skin, and I'm just like, how do you deal with that? Personal log. We've managed to adjust our scanners and locate another passageway behind one of the walls in the office, but nobody can figure out how to get it open. Probably locked down via the computer systems. At this point, I think it's going to be a matter of cracking the codes, but Hakiv was so secret and paranoid, he used a fractal-based encryption. Not even the Borg could break this thing. Not true. We have the computer working on it, but it's going to take months. Commander says the forces are needed elsewhere, so she's going to leave a skeleton crew. She says that if it can't get anything useful, there's no sense in leaving troops on a deserted planet. I just hope she decides to pull us out sooner rather than later. Narrator. It was later. The same way anything else does. I literally just cleaned a fleck of skin off my glass right now. Like, either from dandruff or far more likely from your eyebrows. Ironically, I don't have dandruff. But what I do have is a bit of a sunburn from yesterday. So, I am peeling a little bit right now. Hi, you're all dead. Have a portal to the sun. Alright, let's see. Anything else around here? Oh, no. We weren't doing... Well, actually... Okay, ironically, there was some weed pulling going on today, but that was literally just a relaxation thing after, you know, doing the main work.
At least they were smart enough to take the weapons out of the armory.
Personal log. Although we managed to restore partial power to the exterior facility, the lab itself remains on its own power system with a distortion field around it. This whole mission has been an exercise in futility. I told the commander it would be, but she doesn't want to hear anything negative. She's pulled out most of the engineers and left 2 squads behind in case we stumble into something new. I hate this planet. There's nothing to do but shoot slaughter cats, maintain the power system, and try to keep the sand out of the door tracks. That sounds like fun.
Hakiv's Sanctum. I'm guessing that side door isn't just for show.
Now, what I love best about Hakiv's Sanctum, like, he's got his big, impressive desk with his big, impressive chair. Nothing on the table in front of him, just the big, impressive chair. Then he's got his actual, pads, and all this is cool. All this makes sense. My personal favorite part is over here he's got a table with 4 chairs. As if Hakiv would ever entertain guests or had friends. Sure. I like to think that what he'd do is he would order troops in. You, sub-commanders, sit there. Lieutenant, sit there. Ensign, sit there. And then he'd just, okay, we're going to sit here and enjoy some Romulan ale together now. Dead silence.
There must be a way through this blank wall. Maybe there's a release trigger in the office.
Okay, now, a giant chunk of rock, that's a little more resistant to phasering, and we don't want the tunnel to collapse. So, sure, we'll find a lock thing. He forces someone else to GM for him.
Allow me. Computer, recognize identity Sela, code Empress 1. Unlock lab access. Always have a backdoor.
What, you think I don't? On my ship? Yeah, you get it, Mike Romano. I picked that deliberately.
Another secret door? Hakiv was always so melodramatic.
Oh, you have no idea, Sela.
Let's get this gateway working again.
What's this we stuff? Naturally, she's referring to Diesel Edge. Thank you, Diesel Edge. Wait a minute. Is that a 4-year sub? That is a 4-year sub. Thank you very, very, very much, Diesel Edge. I do always appreciate it, and I do always... Thank you. Welcome to the 4-year club. I'll put that anniversary sub towards Dealer's Choice. Yeah, it's funny when someone as pathetic as Sela thinks someone else is pathetic. That's just kind of... What genre fusion game would I like to see? StarCraft City. In all honesty, a lot of city builders with more fantastical elements, either in science fiction or in fantasy, would not go amiss for me, Umbral Magnus.
You're getting a little too close to the truth. It's time to eliminate you both.
Really? Benziel? Really? We've known each other since the Academy. How could you do this to
You
me?
should be more careful about the loyalty of your subordinates.
She's not my subordinate. My subordinate are the people beating the crap out of her with an axe and a lightsaber.
Stop her! Don't let her escape!
Okay. Oh my god, it's a bluegill. I'm very shocked by this. Why, Sela? I was gonna let it walk into your mouth. Okay, I like this entire story arc, but that's one of the dumbest goddamn lines of this entire game. That neural parasite explains why Van Ziel turned on us so suddenly. No telling when she got infected. Yeah, we need to get her to sickbay because there's a decent chance she's dead and unrecoverable. She was pursuing Sela because the parasite probably even started the fight she called us to help finish, but under the thrall of the Iconians the whole time. Duh. Dude.
There we go. I'll just put in those coordinates.
I am not fresh out of the academy. Okay, I am fresh out of the academy. It's been a year since I've been in the academy, okay? Come on. Thank you, Monobrand. Always appreciate. Thank you very, very much. I will put that towards Factorio. Yeah, apparently we need to screen for bluegills. Can't we scan for those at this point? Oh, wait, we literally can. It's ignoring the fact that we can also just bathe people in a certain type of radiation which forces them out, which we could also do. That's true, Justin. And thank you, Ryman. I do always appreciate those subs. Thank you. I'll put that towards absolutely nothing, unless you want to put it towards something. Then I guess. Depends on how infested they are and how long they've been infested. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but there's actually several forms of bluegills. In the actual episode Conspiracy, which you've seen, you see two of the forms. The basic little guys and then the big queen. The big queen is actually only form 2. If you have a queen inside you, then yeah, no, you're gone. You do not exist anymore.
Hurry up! They'll find us soon.
Fast walk. I do like the lighting of this place.
Good. There's a gateway on this side. We won't be stuck here. Now, let's see what secrets we can wrest from this facility.
Taurus?
You! Taurus. Stop her!
Oh, she's doing the fast walk. Gold isn't...
Automated defenses? What a waste of time.
Gold isn't quite accurate. But Form 1 is more like the Goa'uld than anything else. Form 2 is more like... I'm actually not... I've drawn a blank, actually. I was going to say xenomorphs, but xenomorphs don't take control of you.
Down.
Sela, one of these days you're going to realize you are not my boss.
I won't let you take me!
One of these days you'll actually realize you're nobody's boss, but that's
We need to
probably a
catch her
separate thing.
before she can cause any more trouble.
Okay.
She's locked the door. Try to unlock it with one of these consoles.
Oh yeah, right. So some of you probably don't...
Interesting. According to this data, we're in the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yep.
You should download some of these files to your tricorder.
Sela, I'm not 12. Anyways, so yeah, you can... I want to look down because you can kind of see the... Well, how far up we are here. But anyways, for those of you who don't remember, during a quest that doesn't exist anymore, which is the 2800, which is supposed to... So, we do the quest where we go find Taurus, and we capture her. We throw her in the Supermax facility. You remember the Supermax facility? Well, you might not remember the Supermax facility, because that quest chain has actually been removed from the... Well, removed from the main quest chain. That's the 2800. During the course of the 2800, we go to release the Changeling founder. And while we were there, we found out that 2 people escaped during the kerfuffle, one of whom was Taurus. She got beamed away due to some subspace something. This is the next time we've seen her. At this point, both in real life and in game, it's been a while. In real life, it's literally years. In game, it's still like 6 months or something like that. No, Singh went back to his cell quietly. I actually don't remember the other person, because they weren't really super relevant. Oh, for God's sakes.
This sphere seems to be much older than the others. There's communication traffic from Iconian ships inside the sphere. I've never seen these kinds of vessels before.
Yep, we haven't encountered them yet. Well, actually, technically we have, once. But we haven't really encountered these types of ships yet.
Here we go. Almost there. Got it. The door is open. Taurus must have overloaded the collimators in that plasma array. She's turned this room from a plasma allocation conduit into a death trap. Who even builds rooms like this into a structure anyway? There are control consoles across from the containment area. If you can get to them, you can probably shut down the system.
I believe the quote here is, "Oh, screw that!" But yeah, Kier White Noise is correct. Anything that has the ability to access the Andromeda Galaxy is on a level of tech way beyond everyone else. Trying out new stuff, Mike Kamano. I'm not actually sure why they stopped, to be honest with you. I mean, granted, this engine isn't built for it. So, here we go.
There's nowhere left to run, Taurus. Do you really think the Iconians will help you now?
No, you don't understand. I didn't seek them out because I wanted to rule.
Note she's wearing Iconian armor.
To save us, to turn back time, to undo Hobus, and bring back Romulus.
Then you're more of a fool than I thought. You poor deluded creature. The Iconians aren't interested in saving anything. Nor could they.
We have to get out of here. It's not safe anymore. They're coming.
I guess you'd better go then. If you had only known, Taurus, the Iconians can't travel through time. It destroys their minds.
Remember that.
The sphere just jumped. Look, it's nighttime inside this sphere, but it's never dark inside the other spheres. The Iconian fleets are here, and there are so many ships they're blotting out the sun.
I see you.
Time to go.
Yeah, so,
How absurd to think that she could have ever accomplished anything significant. She lost her throne and spent years in mindless devotion to gods who could not hear or answer her prayers. Taurus's fanaticism blinded her. She studied everything about the Iconians, but never learned the one simple fact that would have ended her quest. There was only one thing she didn't get wrong. We need to leave. Immediately.
Yeah, real quick. Why can't they travel through time?
Iconian minds aren't like ours. They're entangled with chronoton states. I'll spare you the boring details. It helps to orient them when using their gateways, but it means that they can't go back and forth in time like we can. Doing so would cause the Iconian to lose its memories of the intervening time.
Hold up. This is all automated defenses. You can just learn more about the Iconians while we're here.
Take a look at the sky. In a sphere like this, nothing should obscure the sun. Those aren't clouds.
Yeah, I know. We've actually already covered that for some reason. We're repeating ourselves here.
Did you feel that? The sphere just jumped. The Iconian invasion is beginning.
You were warned. Your galaxy is forfeit.
So that is not an Iconian.
It's a herald. The personal guards and servants for the Iconians. Fighting is not our best option. Head for the gate.
Yeah, that's a herald. So I'm going to give this away now. Basically, every herald is a boss or a mini-boss. Yeah, to use Doom examples, those are cyber demons. It's a good question, Traxia. I wonder if they're galled by the fact that I'm using their weapon to hurt them so much. We can actually shoot at heralds until they die, but I'm not sure if we can kill this one. I don't think I've ever tried.
Head for the gateway.
Oh, alright. 'Alright. 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 '
The gateway is destabilizing. I'll take care of this. Jump through now!
We've been wondering what happened since you disappeared. So how's Benzil? Interesting. So Benzil is an unjoined trill, which is actually one of the reasons why she's going to be able to recover. That actually, I'll applaud that for making a degree of sense. It also means that she has some memories and recollection of her time while being controlled, which is also unusual. Any sign of Sela? No sign of Sela. Alright. Let's beam up. There you go. That's a second. Hello? Yeah, so, we beam to the Iconian system, and, well, we run into that. AKA... Oh, it's not here. It was here, historically.
It's good to have you back. A Dyson sphere jumped into a position near the Iconia system less than an hour ago. We don't know anything about it, but based on the preliminary notes you've logged, we think it's the same sphere that you discovered with Sela. I hate to admit it, but she was right. The Iconian invasion is here. There's no sign of Sela, incidentally. We'll keep looking, but I have a feeling she won't be found until she wants to be. And as long as she stays away, I'm inclined to let her go. She'll have to answer for her crimes someday, but we have much more immediate concerns.
Yes, we do. I need to go brush my teeth. I like to think that we should outrank Admiral Quinn. Not because of seniority or rank, just because of, competence.
We know that attacks from the Iconian forces are imminent. Their gateway technology means that distance has little meaning for them. Once the war begins in earnest, we will be racing to cover too much territory with too few ships. But we cannot fail. To fight a war, we first need a plan. Admiral Quinn has requested your presence at a briefing on Earth space dock.
Okay. I can do that. Which Enterprise is my favorite? Which one's yours? Mine would be the Enterprise A from the movies. The Constitution retrofit. Or refit, or whatever.
Welcome. and thank you for coming.
Hi.
We've gathered here the finest commanders from Starfleet, the Klingon Defense Force, and the Romulan Republic. We may have been enemies in the past. Now, we must fight as one. May I introduce Captain Cogran? He will coordinate our combined forces against the Iconians and report to the commanders of all 3 fleets.
Greetings. The Iconians have revealed themselves. War is now inevitable. While the Iconians themselves are few in number, their heralds are numerous and formidable. They are not like the servitors we have fought before. They are far more dangerous. We are already sending strike teams into the sphere the heralds use to access the Iconian gateway network. They will retaliate. And when they do, they will attack our most valuable targets. The gateways allow the heralds to strike anywhere. They can avoid or destroy any obstacle in their path. Therefore, the Alliance has decided to focus on defending key installations. We need time to create a strategy. To that end, let me introduce Captain Tom Paris.
Hello, everyone. Okay, this is what we know about the weaknesses of the Heralds. If we can exploit this, we can...
It's beginning.
Their goal appears to be New Romulus. The Federation has a starbase nearby. Captain Paris, take your task force and the bulk of the fleet to New Romulus. The rest of you, report to Starbase 234. Right now, that starbase is all that stands between the Heralds and New Romulus. Hold the Heralds there as long as you can. We need time to evacuate civilians and prepare defenses at New Romulus. Today is a good day to die.
Sorry, evacuate them to where? You don't have a safe haven. Whatever. Red alert.
Herald ships on an intercept course. All ships, defend the starbase.
So these are Herald ships. They
I've never
suck.
seen anything like these Herald ships before.
Pound for pound, these might actually be the highest difficulty ships in the entire game.
There's too many of them. Begin evacuation procedures.
That is, of course, debatable, and it probably depends a little bit on your build. Let's talk a little bit about what they can do. First, they have these things. They can open energy gateways, which just buff them. They can also open portals to the sun, which hurt like hell. They also have really high damage torpedoes. They also have the ability to shoot out those EMP probes, like from the first episode where, where they first introduced the Iconians. If you've been paying attention, I do that too. They've also got a bucket of health and just do a lot of anti-proton damage. Some of the lesser Iconian ships are kind of whatever. But I would say, especially when it comes to the Dreadnoughts, an Iconian Dreadnought's probably one of the single most powerful ships in the entire game. I didn't actually think that until somewhat recently, admittedly. Because there's this one mission where you get a random group of enemy ships, and one of those random groups can be Iconians.
More Herald ships on sensors.
Oh,
Deploy
absolutely, Sean.
reinforcements.
And that particular mission sucks if you get the Heralds.
Starting my run from the station.
They're cutting through our shields. They're using gateways to get inside the defense perimeter. There's no stopping them.
And yes, there are ways to get
Herald's closing in. Evasive maneuver.
Iconian ships, or rather Herald ships for yourself. That's the one we're for. Speaking of which, we're going to be doing a TFO after this, if anybody wants to join us for that. Pretty sure it's after this. Let me check my notes. Scroll up a little bit.
The Heralds are sending more ships. This isn't going to end well.
That I'm not sure about, Blade 12. I've never seen an Iconian build. So I've literally never looked into it, in other words. By the way, just to really make this point clear, everything we've been fighting so far is their medium ships. This thing right here is the first big ship they've tossed out. Still not a Dreadnought, just a big ship.
We've taken some damage. We just need to get far enough away to
give you a size comparison of a battleship versus my Dreadnought. Which, remember, my ship is gargantuan.
A gateway has opened inside the station. They're boarding us. Security teams, report to Deck 6.
I have, in fact, Justin.
I can't. Ah!
And she's dead. Oh my god, die! Did I mention they could shut down lots of your systems for long periods of time? In addition to all the other crap they can do.
There are too many of them. We can't... All of the civilians and most of the crew managed to evacuate. At least that's something. But there's nothing more we can do for that starbase. Fall back to New Romulus. We need reinforcements to hold the system.
On our way, Captain. And yeah, I could see Tom as being command material. He's got a good head in the moment. Not sure where his wife or daughter are, but, you know. I know, Justin. It's just... It was a good story arc, too. Whatever. It's preserved in the lore run, I think.
Welcome to the war. The Romulans are asking for boots on the ground, but we've got more than we can handle up here. There are some weak spots in the Herald lines. If you can punch through to transporter range, you should be able to get a team down there to assist.
Notice the construction of these missions, by the way. They go out of their way to not actually throw us at the actually mean ships yet. Which makes sense. You want to do a little bit of a build-up before you start revealing the big guns.
Now hurry up. We've got a war to win.
Jeez Louise.
Great work on those scouts. Now, take out the ships headed your way.
You know, something that occurred to me about 5 seconds ago. The Borg, Dominion, and Iconians all share one thing in common. None of them really care about the losses they take.
Keep it up. Great work. There's just one more group between you and the planet. Give them hell.
Yeah, I believe they had trouble getting a hold of Robert Duncan McNeil, and that's why they didn't get him for the Delta arc.
Fighting on the ground is getting worse. They need you down there.
But I'm not sure of the specifics, so don't ask me, because I don't know right now.
The situation has become desperate on the surface. Good luck down there. And watch your back. The Heralds aren't pulling their punches.
I don't know if I agree about the Dominion losing their war, but that's getting into semantics. Well, New Romulus has certainly done some renovating. Oh yeah, by the way, the Iconians literally attack with robots in addition to everything else they got.
Thank you. Now that the area is secure, we can call in reinforcements. Sub-Commander Xylan is ready to lead a squad to assist you. Should I call them now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you notice I kept quiet about that too, Space Cadet. Now the Borg, I mean, did the Borg lose, really? I hate fighting those things right there. The big guys. The Defilers, looks like. Like, they don't really have a pile of HP, which is good. But instead what they do is they completely disrupt the rest of the fight if you don't pull them down immediately.
We need to retake this area. More Heralds are on their way. We can take a defensive position in the ruins.
Which they will then beam behind because they're the frickin' Iconians. Have you been paying attention? Interesting. Herald energy beams pumped through the environmental suit, and that killed the Tholians. That makes sense. It's kind of messed up, but, you know, it makes sense. The question is, will the Iconians lose their war? Probably the assassin dude.
Sensors indicate Herald forces inbound to this position. We must hold here.
More things. I've never even heard of Alien Legacy.
Next, we must clear the path ahead.
Okay. Do these guys not count? I guess they don't. You might think there's a lot of combat, but you ain't seen nothing yet. There's actually a specific mission, which I actually have in my logs right now. I'm gonna have to drop that when we get there. Which has probably the single largest density of combat in the entire game. For good or for bad. We'll see what we think of it once we get there. I mean, that is one of my bags. Platformers, management sims, strategy games, and RPGs. That's a lot of bags, admittedly, but whatever. I stand by it.
We hold the paths. There is a camp near the power station. There will be reinforcements there.
I would laugh if we get there and all the reinforcements are just dead. Like, yeah, okay. That's cool. I should have switched to my Iconian armor, but honestly, it's pretty ugly. And Voth armor just looks so much cooler.
I think we can take it from here. Do you want me to call for reinforcements?
Yes. Oh, for God's sakes. How many Iconians are there? Don't answer that. You know, the irony is I think I only have 2 pieces of Iconian tech.
Are on their way.
I'd have to think about that.
There's a gateway opening to the north.
Nope, I've got 3. So I've got the portal to the sun, the EMP probe, and this
There's
this
a
staff.
gateway opening to the north. Watch out! Gateway opening to the east.
You know, I'm not sure I have much Borg tech either anymore. I've got the ground assimilator, the space assimilator, and I also have the ground heal. Oh, that's Borg tech. That's 3 Borg items.
There's a gateway opening to the north.
There's also a gateway opening to the north. Eh!
Watch out! Gateway opening to the east.
I mean, that sounds like a hell of a cold open, Space Cadet. Also one of the problems of FTL exploration in general. Alright, we're gonna go colonize this planet. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. We get there. There's another colony ship that's been there for several years because it took us so long to get here. They got a better ship with faster drives and settled it during our trip.
There's a gateway opening to the north.
Whoops. But yeah, if it's not obvious, one of the things that they were really going for with this story arc is lots and lots of combat. We've already had that in this very mission. Lots of space combat, lots of ground combat. Because they're trying to get across that vibe of, you know, being absolutely swarmed by the Iconians everywhere.
There's a gateway opening to the north.
Unfortunately, this also leads to some of the audio spammiest missions in the entire game. I'm not even joking. In fact, the TFO we're doing, I believe, right after this, is going to really show you just how spammy this stuff gets. That's the one, Warp Core. Speaking of which, anybody wants to be involved in that TFO, please either like head to Nukara or poke me or whatever, and we will make a group happen.
We have retaken the ruins. Shall I call in for our next objective?
Contact command. Yay, we won.
The ruins are ours.
Yay.
Foolish children.
So
Quick,
that's
this way.
actually an Iconian, not a Herald. The Iconians don't mess around as much. Alright, well the Romulans have cleared the repair of the gateway since the Iconians sabotaged it. So we need to get to that gateway. You remember that one? See if we can use it to get the hell out of here.
New Romulus is reporting heavy casualties. What happened down there?
We're fighting Iconians, Tom!
Sensors are picking up some unusual power emanations from the surface. Be careful.
Yeah, seriously, where do you think this is gonna go? Alright, we beat a couple of troops. Alright, let's go back to the city we were defending. Oh, the city's been completely overrun. Since they can bypass our line. There's no defensive lines against an Iconian assault. It doesn't work that way. That'd make for an interesting faction in like an RTS or otherwise a strategy game. One faction that can literally just teleport to a single spot. And that's a Harbinger. Specifically the Harbinger of Matara.
Your presence defiles this sacred space. Heralds, to aid, destroy these insects.
Well, I do like killing insects. That turned out badly. Yeah, no, it would probably be a boss faction. Because, yeah. It would be interesting, though. Because, again, it would remove the capacity to have a defensive line. All you could do would be to have defenses everywhere, or not even worry about defenses and just kind of try to out-assault your enemy. This is starting to hurt a little. Let's use some Borg tech. There we go. Listen, Evo, after what they did to the Beetlejuice star, I just can't abide them anymore. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Yep, nope, I could not get out of that. Okay, we killed the Harbinger. Whew. Alright, let's deal with this. Yeah, remember the spiders destroyed Beetlejuice? No, it's pretty Star Trek. I mean, you've seen evil black ooze already in Star Trek, in Season 1. Oh, beetles are awesome. Death to the spiders. Go, beetles. Alright, well, apparently, for some reason, this thing is set to send us to a preserver archive. That's a little weird, but yeah, sure, whatever. Let's get the frill out of here.
I'm a little busy here. What do you need?
The Heralds are investigating the preservers and found their archive in the Lesna system. We're taking the gateway, but we need you to rally some of the fleet to meet us there.
Acknowledged. Wouldn't want to miss the party. I'll get every ship with an operational warp drive headed that way as soon as New Romulus is secure.
Yep, as soon as New Romulus is secure. We never see Tom again. Should write down some notes while I'm thinking about it. That reminds me, quite a while I got you here. Have you heard of Circus Electrique? It's a steampunk strategy sim, which is inspired specifically by Darkest Dungeon. I thought it might be interesting. Not even sure if it's out yet or not. Sir, we're in the Preserver Archive. Yeah, I know that. Dude! The Heralds were searching for this place. We need to know why. Yeah, why would the Heralds be after the Preservers? So, what do you know of the Iconians?
The Iconians. I am not programmed for this line of inquiry. Would you like me to wake one of my creators? You can ask her all the questions you wish.
Please do. This is kind of important. Pardon me. I do regret this imposition, but we've got a bit of an emergency.
Greetings, my child. Long have I slumbered. Why have you roused me now?
We face a great threat from a people known as the Iconians. We've come to seek your help.
Ah, the Iconians. They are the first of our children, and for a time, the most troublesome. They were different once, brighter. But our other children grew jealous of their gifts, and chafed against their rule. The war changed them more than they could understand. I will help you, my child.
Thank you.
Hold, I sense her approach. Our daughter, Matara, comes. She is first among equals, and her rage is terrible to behold. Go, I will retrieve what you seek, if it is not already too late.
Please hurry. Just, Oh, yep, hello. That is the advice I usually give, Dragon's Hunter. Although I don't know if you got that advice from me or not. Jesus! Okay, let's get some AoE heals going, some AoE heals going, some more AoE heals going. Live! Live, Giga Pudding! Damn it! Making me look bad as a healer here. Hi, Giga Pudding. Live! Oh my goodness. I honestly thought you just kind of walked away from that, Giga Pudding. I'm happy to have you. Don't mistake me. See what it is? Giga Pudding knew that there's an FF14 patch coming soon. And so she's like, Mwahaha! Not yet, Giga Pudding. It's like in a month, I want to say. Something like that. But we're getting close to it. Might be less than a month. Someone help me out. When's the next FF14 patch? I'd ask when the next Star Trek Online patch is, but I mean, who knows on that one. Whenever they're done with it. We done here? Aha! I was right. It's about a month. We did it. They're all dead. Ah, there we go. Come on, game.
Know that your death will bring me no pleasure, Ancient One.
Then make a different choice, my daughter.
I cannot. Long have we waited for this day. We will reclaim all that was once ours. We will rule this galaxy as is our right and our duty. None can stand against us. Not even you.
Well, Matara just killed a preserver. An actual preserver. Well,
we're in orbit, and we're not alone. The rest of the fleet is about 2 minutes out, but the Heralds are here, and they do not look happy. If you're done down there, can you beam back to your ship and give us a hand?
Sure thing. Be there in a second, Tom. What else would he be, Giga Pudding?
They are not kidding around. Raise your shields. We need to hold out until the rest of the fleet arrives.
Well, yeah. Really going heavy with the combat here.
Ships on an intercept course. More Herald ships. These guys just won't give up.
Yeah, they're kind of programmed not to. By the way, I hope you're paying some kind of attention. How many Iconians have we seen so far? Bit of a pop quiz. I've got an EM P-probe too.
The Heralds are sending reinforcements. Watch your back.
Working on it.
The fleet is 1 minute out. Keep fighting. More Heralds. Oh, and I thought the Borg had a lot of ships.
I mean... yeah, that portal to the sun needs to stop. There we go. Oh, jeez. Okay. The correct answer, Blade Taval, is 1. We've only seen 1 Iconian so far. Matara. All 3 iterations have been her.
Just a little longer.
We're fine, Tom. Yeah, we'll drift
Where
in
are
space.
the Heralds getting all these ships? More inbound.
Where? Oh, there.
And the cavalry arrives just in the nick of time. Let's show these Heralds what we can do.
I'm sorry, I'm amused at the thought of, oh, thank God, it's a 200-year-old Romulan warbird. We're safe now. Oh, jeez, that's bad, Yeah, no, I think that's game. Maybe. Oh my God, stop disabling my ship, you jackasses. Yes. Pretty much, Uthor. In the game? No, Giga. Ah, I think that's our first Dreadnought.
We'll hold the Herald forces here. Alpha Team, engage that Dreadnought before it can power up its weapons.
So it's probably not very clear how big that Dreadnought is. So let's try to make this clear. First of all, I'm in a Dreadnought. This thing is a huge ship, as we've shown off many times. Right? Well, let me get closer to that Iconian Dreadnought. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. That is an Iconian Dreadnought. Those ships suck. I honestly think that's probably, like I said earlier, the single most difficult ship in the entire game to fight. Although, of course, that depends on your build and your setup and blah, 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 blah. So you know that Preserver archive with literally millions of years of history and actual real-life preservers? Some of the only preservers left alive? So yeah, we lost a third of the fleet, and the preservers are dead.
Today is a dark day for the Alliance. Starbase 234 is lost. The Iconians destroyed the gateway on New Romulus. Our fleet was defeated, and in one day we lost a quarter of our ships. The Preservers are gone, and with them goes our hope of understanding the Iconians. Although the Iconians have withdrawn from New Romulus, they can attack anywhere, at any time. To be blunt, this may not be a war we can win, but we will make the Iconians pay dearly for their victory. We will continue to fight, to save what we can, to win where we can. And we will fight until the last one of us falls.
Yeah, I'd say the Library of Alexandria thing, but honestly, this is worse than that in basically every way. There is no real-life equivalent for what just happened.
Although this is a dark day, you have served admirably. The loss of the Archive is regrettable, but the Preservers are not the only casualties this day. There will be more death before this war ends. But those of us who survive will be stronger. The Iconians think they can win this war. They think we are weak. They are wrong. We will fight, and if need be, we will die. But we will fight until our last breaths.
So, we're officially no really at war. Yay. Life is good. Woo! Yeah, I'm actually not as impressed with the writing of some of these speeches, because it's like, yeah, no, that's, no. Yeah, you missed a really dumb speech. It was great. I don't think it really matters, Mike Milano. Whoops. War were declared. Thankfully, we just wanted to get a discount on our gum. Because we're extraordinary. I love how that's such an obvious excuse plot for that episode. We need them to join the military. Alright, why would they ever do that? I've got it. They wanted the military discount. Yeah, but on what? We need to make it something really stupid. How about a pack of gum? I love it. Hylia, Giga Pudding. Although you can say Hylia if you want, I don't actually care that much. Okay, who wants to join me? Let's see, we got just Kira White Noise. Let's do this. Alright, so first we want to do... looks like this one. Second thing we need to do is destroy Giga Pudding once and for all. Unless she offers us pudding. I actually made some chocolate pistachio pudding recently, which turned out much better than I was expecting it to. I think I need to do something different than like caramel pistachio, but getting caramel pudding right is kind of an irritation in its own right, so... doing? Ah, let's just say no one's doing TFOs this morning. It's probably advanced. What do you want to bet? Everybody queues advanced. I could do chocolate pistachio. That'd be easy. I'm not sure if that would work out either, though. We can try it. You want me to do it tomorrow? See what it turns out like? That'd be a great thing. Alright, go get my teeth looked at and then make some chocolate pistachio pudding. Alright. I'm joking. The sweets don't matter as long as you clean properly. What matters is, like, certain types of things. Like, obviously, anything gooey, like caramel or fudge or whatever, that's going to be problematic. And I've also noticed a specific type of, I don't know what the word is, like peanuts, or cashews actually is a better example. It's not that they're crunchy. That's actually not the issue. Crunchy things aren't really problematic. It's the fact that they're, like, just crunchy enough that you can get, you know, you can start biting in, but then they get stuck, and they like, pull as you're withdrawing your teeth. And that's the problem. Popcorn would be another example of that. I'm definitely not speaking from experience in the fact that I had to throw away some really nice lime-spiced cashews recently.
The Gateway network gives the Heralds tactical superiority. They can move their forces almost anywhere in the galaxy and attack while our ships are still 2 sectors away. We need to counter their technological advantage. To this end, we've constructed several research vessels incorporating captured Iconian technology. These ships can open gateways, and our intention is to open them right into the heart of the Iconian Gateway network.
What's the plan?
The plan is simple. Our research ships will open gateways to the sphere. Once they do, we expect the Heralds to respond with force. Your job is to protect our ships and then enter the sphere. Once inside, you will destroy any forces protecting the Iconian Gateway network, and then do whatever you can to disable the sphere. I won't lie to you. This is a dangerous mission, but it is vital to our war efforts.
I don't like throwing away food in general, Mike Kamano, so I'm kind of with you on that. But it was going bad, and, well, that was that.
The Heralds are destroyed. Get to a gateway and enter the sphere.
So I don't know if this looks cool or terrible. I'll let you decide. This mission kind of sucks for one reason, though. Each one of these hops in and out is considered a cell change, which means all your buffs and all your stuff tends to go away. Okay, it used to be considered a cell change.
Stop the Herald forces before they reach the gateways!
But as I was in the middle of that sentence, I noticed that my buffs were still there, and so were my fighters.
At 11 o'clock.
Fennoy, dude! I guess they fixed that at some point. That's good. I was actually planning to give at least an aggregate negative to this place, because it's really frustrating for a lot of builds. Huh. Cool.
Gateway opening at 7 o'clock.
As long as the gateway doesn't open at 6, we're fine. Or 10.
Gateway opening at 8 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I suppose I should give you a view. So here's the inside of the sphere. This is a Herald sphere specifically, so it's a little bit different than the other ones.
Gateway opening at 12 o'clock. Gateway opening at 6 o'clock.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. We're good. We're good. See, that's a luxury I couldn't afford, Uthor. I have to spend all my money on my teeth.
Gateway opening at 9 o'clock.
Oh my gosh. That's not e-begging. That's not e-begging. It's just... I hate dentists. I need to kill them all. Preferably after I get my teeth worked on. No, Dragon Center. I'm always getting stuck on stuff, you know. Banging into things. Just yesterday, I accidentally ran over like an entire school bus. It was awful. Ironically, so do I, okay. In fact, I will freely admit that the way that they treat the Iconians in Star Trek Online specifically is why the Iconians are one of the higher table races over in
Gateway opening at 7 o'clock.
The Trek Rewrite. How the hell, Uthor?
Gateway opening at 8 o'clock.
So I'm feeling another audio spam negative, and not just for this mission, but for, I believe, the next one we're about to do, too. Thoughts? I should be assimilating some of these.
Gateway opening at 6 o'clock. Gateway opening at 2 o'clock.
There's a gateway opening.
Gateway opening at 8 o'clock.
You know, that's not true, Kay. All you have to do to survive the Borg is be a Kazon. I agree, Space Cadet. The problem is, they decided to treat the Borg as the tutorial villain because of everything we discussed. Everything we mentioned earlier. So it's like, hey, here's the Borg. Please play our game.
We need to stop the Herald attack on Allied space. Get through that gateway.
Yep, I will as soon as this debuff goes away. There we go. Well, not so much a red herring as just bad writing. Let's just call that what that is. I'm trying to think of an equivalent in another fiction. Like, imagine... Okay, this is a dumb example, but imagine you're playing a Mega Man X... like RPG or story or whatever, and they decide the very first... Oh my god, stop doing that to my engines! The very first story arc is you go up against and defeat Sigma. Not like depowered or anything, it's just... He's just Sigma. It's like, okay. It still feels like a bad example, but I'm trying to think, what would be a good comparison for this in another setting? Listen, water's hard to come by, okay, Cashley? You gotta give him credit. Those warp drives just... Okay, hang on. Let me think about this. Okay, imagine you're playing a Babylon 5 video game. And the very first stage, the first villain you fight is the Shadows, whom you defeat. It's like, alright, we beat the Shadows. And then the entire rest of the story, like, ignores them and just kind of moves on, because we did it. We beat the Shadows. Or yeah, most of you probably know Mass Effect. Imagine if you play a Mass Effect strategy game and the tutorial villain is the Reapers, who you then beat. conventionally.
Take out their command vessels.
Done? No, that's exactly what I'm trying to get across here, Warp Corp. Because someone in chat mentioned that, you know, the fact that the Borg were so misused in this game is why there are multiple negatives. Like, they spent literal years, I think like 5 years, building up the Iconians for this, which is great and works awesome. And the Borg are literally the tutorial boss. Hey, Kefvid. I think the numbers speak for themselves. You do not give a shush. You're fine. Who would have been a better tutorial boss? Literally anyone else. The VOD War would have been a better tutorial boss. The Vidians would have been a better tutorial boss. The Iconians would have... No, wait, that doesn't work. Although, I've actually already given my answer to that multiple times. The tutorial boss should have been either the Orions or the Nausicaans. Some of the super low-tier nobodies. You know, something that's appropriate for a local threat that you're dealing with.
Energy levels in the sphere are rising. Check it out.
While you're, you know... while you're on your first training cruise and all that. Yeah, we do actually have 2 more starts to our missions, so we'll get there.
Sensor readings show that the ship is controlling the gateway. Destroy it!
Which ship are you in right now? Which one of these is you?
The ship is drawing power from the gateways. You'll need to shut the gates down, or we won't be able to destroy it.
You're in the Noct Scimitar. Hey, a Dreadnought. Oh, Jesus. It's a Dreadnought. Yeah, ironically, the Nimbus 3 arc, Wasteland, would probably be a better tutorial thing.
This will not cripple the Iconians, but it will make it easier for our ships to get into the fight.
Alright, good job. Woo. Game. Well, you don't like drifting in a Dreadnought? I mean, I agree, Space Cadet, and I can actually deal with the fact that they decided to make the Borg the original Hook way back in the day when they didn't know what they were doing, they didn't have a lot of players, and they were just kind of barely struggling. By the time in which they did the revamp, STO's doing reasonably well enough that there's no good reason for that anymore, you know? Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Who's this person? Yep, okay. Nope. So next one, we gotta go help the Klingons. You thought you had audio spam. I'll show you audio spam. Seriously, I hope your ears are ready. Don't worry, Giga Pudding. I will gush over it later. Probably. Or yeah, just make it a simulation, which honestly fixes a lot of the issues. I can't believe you got to you survived for 5 minutes in the Borg simulation. What are my endeavors? Let's see. Undine Battle Zone, VOD War Ground, Materials Ground. Yeah, exactly, Mike Kamano. I really think they could do some cool stuff with that. Now, if I was designing it, I'd probably have 3 broad ranges of how long you could survive. We know they can do optional objectives, right? So have one optional objective, which is... So, have one quest, which is survive the Borg. You could technically, if you're just in a hurry or a speedrunner, just die immediately. Then there would be an optional objective, survive for like 2 minutes, and then one to survive for like 5 minutes, right? What I would do then is make it so that the dialogue changes based on which optional objective you want. In other words, how long you manage. Like, if you die immediately, like, what's-your-face will show up, you're like, ha, that's it? God, I did better that my 3rd time.
The invasion of Kronos has begun, but we will not fall. Their ground troops use gateways to land and set up inhibitors to block our troops from transporting to the combat zones. Transports with soldiers are inbound, but before they can launch shuttles, we need to clear the Herald ships from Kronos orbit. Once we have established a safe zone, we can send our own forces to the surface. We cannot delay. The home world must be defended.
Does it have to? I mean, honestly. And then, like, if you do decently, she'd be like, hey, not bad. If you do really well, like, if you manage the full 5 minutes, she's like, holy crap, I think that's a new record. You know, just acknowledge it, right? I'll go left. Also, we have a Breen with us today. Alright, so spoilers, Gigapudding. Star Trek involves fighting lots and lots and lots of enemy ships who are trying to wipe out our species. So, we don't want to be wiped out. I know that's a strange thought. So what we're trying to do is prevent wipe-outitude by wiping them out first. Am I the only person who went left? Okay, no, I got one other person with me. Okay, I was gonna say, appreciate your confidence, but damn. Oh, you've seen TNG, have you, Gigapudding? It's time for a quiz. Let's see. We'll start with an easy one. What's the name of Data's brother? I would have accepted B4 as an answer as well, but that's not really in TNG so much as the movies, and it's dumb anyways, but yes. Also arguably Picard, but let's not get into that. So, alright, we'll go to a slightly harder one.
The shipyard is secure. The Starbase is secure.
Nice. What is the name of Worf's one true love?
Transports have entered orbit and will start landing shuttles. Our job is to protect those ships until their troops are en route to the surface. The ships will begin their runs from the Starbase and the shipyard. Destroy the Heralds and defend Kronos.
So this is kind of a unique structure for this mission.
The troop transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
There's actually a lot of moving parts here, but really only one of them matters, and that's the green gateways. Now the green gateways are, well, I don't want to say buggy, but they're wrong. So these are the troop transports. Enemy ships will attack them, and that's honestly whatever. These radiation gateways will stun them completely.
Intense levels of theta radiation. Close them!
And then kill them. Now here's the thing with the gateways. Near as I could tell, and this is from several iterations of studying, just, you know, poking at it to try and figure out what's going on. They have, so you have to be within a certain range in order to interact with something. In the whole game, not just in this mission. And so every interactable has a range that they have to manually set.
Troop transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
You know, you can interact with this at 5 feet, or 50 feet, or 100 feet, or whatever, right? Oh, cool. The radiation gateways have a gap. You can interact with them at a certain range out, and then if you get too close, you can't anymore. But then if you get closer, you can again. Now, you might think, why does that matter? Well, it kind of doesn't, but here's the big catch. It means if you are to try... So most stuff that you try to interact with in space, you can do so while moving. You notice I keep stopping dead every time I do this? It's because if you're moving, you'll go past the point where you can't interact them, and it will cancel your interaction because it's a timer, right? So you'll stop interacting with the thing and stop closing it. And then you'll enter back into it and start closing it again. To my knowledge, this is the only thing with this feature in this game, although I could be wrong and I've just never noticed it on anything else. And you'll notice damage does not interrupt it, so that's not it, as I just demonstrated. So yeah, we're just going to sit here and kind of kill ships casually and blah, blah. So like I said, a lot of moving parts. So the yellow gates, they spawn enemies. The enemies, of course, attack us as well as the troop transports. And then the green gates, which stun the troop transports and then kill them until they die. And they just sit there stunning them. So the green transports are the walls. They have to be dealt with. Everything else can honestly be ignored, or at the very least, not given as high a priority. Generally speaking, we want as many yellow gateways as possible.
Transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
Because yellow portals actually take up a slot for portals in a lane in general. There can only be so many portals active at a time. So if we leave that yellow portal up, that's a green portal we don't have to deal with. Oh, I need to back up just a little bit. There we go. And you'll notice I'm pretty well positioned, so I can interact with, I think, 3 separate green portal spots right here. Which is why I am parked right here. I just kill enemy ships as I see them. There's a good example. So you see how that troop transport is just sitting there stunned?
The troop transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
By the way, the troop transports from the Starbase are moving towards the planet. There's the audio spam I warned you about. It's a shame, because this is admittedly a neat idea for a mission, but it doesn't do much with it, unfortunately. And thanks to that little bug, it's actually, it kind of defeats its own purpose. There's a reason why literally just parking here is the best strategy. Yeah, he's got that.
The troop transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
You're probably wondering why there's so much audio spam. Well, ignoring the obvious fact that every time a troop transport leaves to head to the planet, it spawns that. It also says that dialogue from both spots. As you can see, there's one spot over there and one spot over here. 2 lanes, right? Either lane starts that, therefore you get an audio message regardless.
Transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
So you're essentially doubling up on how much audio spam we're getting. So, next quiz item, Giga Pudding. Also, Deanna is not the correct answer.
Are moving toward the planet.
So I'm gonna have to remove one of your pinkies. Sorry. Don't worry, I'll sew it back on if you get the next question correct. Now we're gonna go to a harder question, though. Well, considering it's a TNG quiz, I sure hope not, Kay. I would have also accepted prune juice. Warrior strength.
The troop transports from the Starbase are moving toward the planet.
What is Trek's thing with prune juice? It's kind of the same as everything in every fiction ever. There was one random reference to it, and it just kind of grew from there.
A Herald Dreadnought has entered the system. The remaining Herald ships are rallying around the Dreadnought. Take out those ships and defeat the Heralds.
I mean, I'll be blunt. I think Worf's true love was Keeler, not Jadzia. But that's just my opinion. And I say that even having my opinion of their relationship having gone up after my recent Rumination series on DS9. I still stand by that. Jadzia was a good second place. And honestly, that sounds like an insult, and it's not, because most people don't even get to like 15th place when it comes to that
Ships
kind
are
of thing.
attacking the Starbase.
Down. And I am astonished you're still alive. How did you live through that? Okay, well, the jellyfish is doing jellyfish things. Have you not seen Star Trek before, Giga Pudding? I'm just saying, that doesn't make sense either, but they still do it. How will people know they're being attacked if the stream doesn't go... Yeah, you can actually toggle that off, by the way.
Our troops have landed. We will fight for Kronos, thanks to your assistance. Come.
Speaking of which, let's go fight for Kronos, shall we? I don't think I've ever done this TFO. That's not true. I think I did it twice before. But I don't have very strong memories of this TFO. It's our last Iconian one, though. What do we got here? Nobody I recognize. There's all the people on Nukara these days. Jeez. So the more people I get for this one, the better, because we're probably going to have problems getting randos for ground missions. Nobody queues ground. Hi, Lolamloss. Uthor, why aren't you queuing for ground? Why do you do this to me? Alright, how about this? How many members of just the main crew, just the main characters of TNG, meet a time-displaced alternate or from another dimension alternate of themselves? Then why aren't you playing Star Trek Online, Uthor? Oh Jesus, is it just the two of us? Alright, let's get the queue going. It's gonna be fun. Brotherhood of the Sword. Brotherhood of the Sword. Probably staring right at it. There it is. Oh, warp course coming. Alright, you get 3 seconds, Giga Pudding. Alright, time's up. Your other pinky, please. Is that? Alright, there we go. Thank you for joining us, Warp Core Rides. Anything to speed up the queue on this. Oh my god, that was instantaneous. Now, here's the great irony. If you're paying attention to how I mentioned that, Worf doesn't qualify, because Worf never meets any of his alternate selves in Parallels. So that just leaves 2. Picard... Wait. Well, shoot. That just leaves 2. Picard and Data. Ironically, both in very early episodes. Picard in Season 2 and Data in Season 1. Now, you might think, what about Riker? Time displaced or alternate dimensions.
The Iconian Heralds are bringing in a network of devices to subjugate Kronos.
Oh no, not devices!
Our team will reprogram the Herald's devices to reveal more Iconian technology hidden in subspace. Once a device is activated, we will have only a few seconds to disable the other 2 linked Iconian machines before their network resets. May fortune favor you. Now, to battle!
Why are you in the ground? Oh, whatever.
Remember, you need to deactivate all of the devices together, or else the network will reset them.
Also, Alexander doesn't count either. You're probably thinking, but why? He's time displaced. Yeah, but if you're going to argue with me that Alexander is a just main character, main cast only, we're going to have a talk.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other 2 Iconian devices simultaneously.
Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. Except I'm stuck in combat. Ugh, go!
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again.
God damn it.
Initiate shutdowns at the same time.
And I hate to say this.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other 2 Iconian devices simultaneously.
But you're just straight up wrong there, okay? Time displaced or alternate dimensions. Riker is neither. Thomas Riker is literally just a clone.
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again.
What?
Initiate shutdowns at the same time.
Okay.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other 2 Iconian devices simultaneously. The Heralds are activating a new set of devices. We need to move to the next area.
You know my favorite part about this mission? Why are we deactivating these things? Like, what do they do? Go ahead. I'll wait. That's why I was trying to be specific, Kay. Because I realized if my original question was going to be how many have met their other selves, and I was like, shoot, that's actually like a couple hundred people. So I had to define the terms of the question down a little bit to bring that down to a manageable number, you know? Because, like, if we just count whoever, well, I mean, does...
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again.
Oh my god.
Initiate shutdowns at the same time.
Does all good things count? Does parallels count? And so forth and so on. So I was like, you know, let's just narrow that down a little bit. So there's the one with Data where time is getting knocked out of whack. Which is really early. I forget what the name of that episode is. But, I think that's... we'll always have Paris, actually. Okay.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other 2 Iconian devices simultaneously.
And then the Picard one, I can't think of the name of.
Activating a new set
it's
of
the
devices.
time
Proceed
vortex.
to that location.
Where he's got, like, there's the future Picard who's acting really weird. And things work in reverse, even though it makes no sense. And it was supposed to be Q, but it wasn't. So anyways, yeah, this mission sucks. It's a damn shame because I've been thinking about this recently.
15 seconds to disable the other 2 Iconian.
Oh my god, shut up! You know what? Just gonna alt-tab, which mutes the game. It's not letting me...
The Heralds are activating a new set of devices. We need to move to the next area.
Oh my god. Anyways, I was thinking about this recently. Both Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, and I guess that's it, will have their gameplay scores bolstered by the dungeons, because there's good dungeons in both games. We've already seen that with FF14, and trust me, there are very few dungeons in WoW which will not be a positive. I'm not even sure there's going to be a dungeon that's a negative. I'll have to think about that. There'll be a couple raids, but no dungeons. Anyways, the reason I bring that up is it's like STO seems to bypass that. It's like they wanted to have dungeons, because that's what you do in an MMO. And, well, here we are. We have to hit the devices simultaneously.
The other two Iconian devices simultaneously.
I think David Fennoy has played a villain every now and again.
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again. Initiate shutdowns at the same time. You have 15 seconds to disable the other two Iconian devices simultaneously. A Herald leader is here. Stop it before it can break into the Great Hall.
Oh, thank God, a boss. I guess Silverbeard kinda counts. I don't know. Like, everyone in that setting was evil, so... Oh, was it Bluebeard? I know you're talking about, it's the pirate dude. You know one of my favorite early stupid TNG lines? Because of just how badly presented and badly acted the line is. You're not Starfleet Admiral Q! Like, duh, guard.
The Heralds are driven back, for now. But they shall certainly return. Chancellor Jimpock remains secure in the Great Hall. There are other battles to fight now.
Okay, I hate to jump in here, but a Chancellor who literally hid during an invasion of his capital city should probably be deposed by his own people immediately. Think about Klingon society and politics for just a second. Oh no, we're under attack! I'll hole up here and you go deal with it. Yeah, no, that should have been the end of Jimpock, like right there. Okay. So now, thank you for joining me, everyone, and for making that more tolerable. We're done with the Iconian TFOs. We're actually running out of TFOs to do, which is good. Get rid of this. We've only got, looks like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bundles of TFOs left. Only one of which is a fairly large amount of them, and there's one upcoming TFO I'm worried about. I'm not going to say any spoilers, but it's called Gravity Kills. We'll get there. Iconians were in TNG, correct. Which episode were they from, Gigapudding?
Captain Tom Paris has requested your ship for a joint mission with his task force. I won't lie to you. We're not making much headway against the Iconians so far. You and your crew have proven to be capable of fighting them. Delta Flight is one of the only other teams to do so. Together, perhaps you can start to turn the tide. Report to the Cal Bryden system. Captain Paris and his team are waiting for you there.
So, I've mentioned this before. One of the things they've been doing for a while now, pretty much since the Solonai arc, is here's a new ship you could buy. Let's let you try it out for a bit, or they showcase it a bit in the game. This is when they invented pilot ships, which was the beginning of the specializations concept we've talked about. Eventually, pilot ships would branch out into the other ones we've already talked about. Miracle Worker, Command, Intelligence, Temporal. Good guess, Gigapudding, but I'm afraid not. Surprised you remember that episode. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 13, Paragraph 5.
Cleared for transport at your convenience.
So, remember Tom Paris's daughter, the one whose plot was ejected entirely from the game? Oh, there she is.
Welcome to the USS Byrne. Normally, I'm the security chief and second officer on the USS Kirk, but she took heavy damage during the battle in the Lena system. Until she gets out of dry dock, I and many of the crew accepted temporary postings to other ships. I wasn't expecting to get a request to join my father's task force, but Delta Flight is doing some good. I want to help. We've both come a long way since the Regulus system, haven't we? I wasn't sure if I was getting out of that business with Bavat in one piece, but I'm sorry I haven't gotten the chance to thank you for your help until now. Thank you. Now back to the war. It's time to stop some Iconians.
I love how they acknowledge the quest that's not even in the game anymore.
I'm looking forward to it too. I don't know what crazy scheme my father's cooked up this time, but the more off the wall his ideas are, the more they seem to work. With you on the team, I'm sure we'll complete this mission. But let me know if you need me to translate. Dad has this habit of talking in phrases that went out of style 400 years ago.
I'll keep that in mind. Don't worry, I'm actually from 400 years ago. In real life.
I'm Kiana Jinnis, the team scout. No one's better than I am at finding trouble, and believe me, I've found plenty. I borrowed my first shuttle off a landing pad when I was 10. I didn't think I'd ever have a chance to join Starfleet, but luckily, people like Captain Paris can see the person behind the incident reports. Now I have a chance to make a difference.
Yeah, Tom, of all people, would certainly think that way.
It's good to get a chance to know everyone on the team before the action starts. It's bad enough fighting the Heralds. We don't need any interpersonal conflicts muddying the waters. You can count on me, sir, and I know I can count on you.
Jolan True, do you understand ancient Earth humor? Paris, the older one, keeps asking me if I am 2 weeks from retirement. Is that supposed to be humorous?
You are so dead, dude.
I thought so. Look, when things get messy out there, and they will, stick with the team and keep your head down. If we work together, we might just get out of this in one piece. Most of us, anyway.
I just fought off an Iconian invasion of Kronos, but on the ground. And space. While invading a Herald sphere. I think I got this, dude.
Hello there. I'm Ferrix, and I'm well, I don't have a specialization like most of the others, but Captain Paris calls me the cook. I don't know why. I could burn water, but it seems to amuse him for some reason. I'm a trader and blockade runner. Any place where there's conflict, there's usually a few good deals to be made. I wasn't too sure about leaving the Delta Quadrant, knowing the territory is a good part of staying alive, you know. But Tom convinced me. And except for all the Heralds trying to kill us, it's not too bad so far.
Good to have you.
You know, one of the things I've enjoyed the most about coming here is the opportunity to get to know people from other cultures. Klingons, Romulans, humans, Andorians, Betazoids. So many different and intriguing species. Say, after this mission, how about we grab a drink? And I can tell you about the third time I left Benth in custody and then broke through a Voth defense line to recover the lost chalice of Zilma.
We'll talk. Beam him into space immediately.
Andrew Weston, all-around genius. Don't let the lack of pips on my collar fool you. I'm just as good as anyone from Starfleet. Better even, because I don't let the rules get in my way. I spent some time at the Academy, but I left when I realized Starfleet wasn't for me. Morale stayed. Always wondered if things would have been different for us if she'd had the courage to walk away when I did.
Actually, your record indicates you were asked to leave.
Sure. Kirk reprograms the Kobayashi Maru, and he's a legend. I take a creative approach to alter my grade on the astrometrics final, and I get tossed out on my ear. Starfleet needs to loosen up a bit, if you ask me. And that time I spent in New Zealand? Yeah, I did everything they accused me of, and then I did my time. Like I said, I don't like rules.
And you volunteered for a war mission.
Just because I'm not a stiff doesn't mean I don't want to help win the war. My main focus is computers, specifically encryption algorithms. I've been studying the Iconian tech, and I think I've made some inroads into the fractals they're using for... You know what? The details don't matter. When it comes to taking out Iconian security protocols, I'm the man for the job.
Well, then continue to do your job, citizen.
Warrior, join with us and stab at the heart of the Iconians. We will either be victorious, or we race towards Stovercore. Today is a good day.
And I headbutt him. Ugh, kapla!
I am the team's weapons expert. Most weapons on ships are too puny. I make them strong. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you loaded 5 quantum torpedoes into one casing? You have to reinforce the tubes, but the result is most satisfying.
I like this guy. Captain.
Thanks for coming. Nice to see you again, especially after what happened at New Romulus and Lanus. As you well know, the war is not going too well. Delta Flight is one of the ways we're trying to change that. We're a cross-faction team picked for our abilities, not our politics. Now the Alliance needs us to handle an important mission. I hate putting your crew at risk too, but we're gonna need you on this one.
Tom, I love you, buddy, but what do politics have anything to do with anything?
Oh, not much. We're just gonna slip into a heavily guarded system that the Iconians already control, avoid detection and probable destruction, steal a Solanae device that could give them a beachhead in our dimension, and escape with our lives. Sound like fun?
Yeah, let's do it.
So this used to be Calbriden 3. Intelligence believes that the Iconians destroyed the planet to gather materials for a subspace disruption device. We think they intend to use this device to open a door for their Solanae forces to enter our space.
A whole new fleet for the Iconians? We can't let that happen.
Exactly. But the planetary debris has created an asteroid field, and the mineral content of those asteroids will shield us from the Iconian sensor arrays. I've plotted a course for us, but we'll still need to watch for the Herald patrols. The station with the device is in the center of the debris. Weston will override their computers while we run interference. Once the station's shields are down, we'll eliminate it and the device with extreme prejudice.
Is that another reference from that ancient program about impossible missions you like to watch?
Something like that. The Alliance doesn't have a fleet to send against this station. We're it. If we can't do it, no one can.
So, no pressure.
I hope you're all ready to do the best flying you've ever done, because that's what we're gonna need to complete this mission. Let's head 'em up and move 'em out. Dismissed.
So I like Robert Duncan McNeil, but he's putting in a weird performance here. Like, compare his performance to Harry's, and it's just night and day. That is to say, Garrett Wong's.
The rubble in our way used to be the planet known as Calbriden 3, uninhabited, luckily, but they had high amounts of topaline, uridium, and boronite. When the boronite and uridium are combined and exposed to an electrical charge, they create spatially inverted tetrions, lots of spatially inverted tetrions. That's why the Heralds are here, to create a pocket of our space where the Solanae can survive. From there, they'll expand, and what's good for the Solanae is fairly terrible for us.
Well, let's deal with it.
The Heralds have set up a security beacon at the entrance to this system. We'll need to disable it before we can attempt to slip through this asteroid field. Okay, Weston. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to take down this security grid. We only have a limited amount of time before a patrol comes by and finds us.
How can we help?
I need help inputting the proper subspace frequencies as I use my deflector dish to cycle through the possibilities. You'll need to match the alpha, beta, and gamma bands. With my subroutine scrambler, that should be enough to break through their security.
Alright, start it up. By the way, speaking as both a voice actor and an actor, it's absolutely true that the two talents are very different.
We've done it! Hurry! The security perimeter won't stay down for long!
Okay, here's the good news. The topoline and the planetary debris will hide us from the Herald sensors. Now keep the larger deposits between your ship and the Iconian station. If you stray too far off the path, they'll find us. So keep moving and stay in formation. If you encounter any patrols, take them out as quickly as you can. We need to get in position before the Heralds know we're here.
For example, let's say that you're an actor, and you're on a set with some lights, and two other people there and some props. You have things to help you get into the mindset of acting. So, that's point number one. Point number two, if you're acting alongside someone else, then you can actually use their performance to enhance your performance. It's actually one of the reasons why some voice actors will literally sit in the booth together so they can act off of each other. See Toy Story for a good example of that. The other problem, though, in addition to the getting into character thing and the having someone to act against thing, is a lot of actors are trained, pretty much the moment they start their career, to use everything they have in order to get across their performance. When you're a voice actor, you lose all of that except for only one thing. So, facial expressions suddenly don't matter. Body language suddenly doesn't matter. You have to get across everything just in the way you're speaking. And not a lot of actors are familiar with how to do that, especially since they're probably reading off of, lines as they're doing it, as opposed to having to memorize said lines.
How would you rate your piloting abilities?
I got this.
Bringing up your navigational HUD. Now.
I'm gonna die so hard.
Try to stick to the path I've outlined. The mineral content of the asteroids will shield us from the Herald sensors. Try to stay in formation with the rest of the squadron.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Let's kick the tires and light the fires.
I'm not sure what that means. Is it some kind of Alpha Quadrant thing?
Kinda. I'll explain it later, Ferrix.
Fire your proton packs, kids. The next turn is a tight one.
Easy enough for a talented, handsome pilot like myself.
Everyone's mom tells them they're handsome, Ferrix.
Friendly fire. Ow, I'm wounded.
We're in luck. Sensors show that this asteroid is mostly hollow. If we blow through where the rock is thinnest, we can slip through without being detected. Fire in the hole!
Well, you see, Gigapudding, if I ever take over the world, I might hire you.
This reminds me of flying through Earth's space dock. They don't like it when you do that at full impulse.
Yeah. Wait. Who let Ferrix fly inside ESD?
Good question.
Weston?
No comment.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy night.
Ha! I've flown through worse in the Badlands.
Whoa, Moral. Watch the paint job there, Tiger.
Don't be a rear seat pilot!
I think you mean backseat driver.
But we're flying, sir.
Herald Patrol up ahead. Take them out before they can warn the others.
Okay. The patrol of 2 battleships. Jesus Christ. I don't know, you keep saying you sound evil, Giga. Yeah, the banter here isn't working for me.
Jamming their outgoing transmissions.
At all.
But it won't last.
We're done. They're dead.
Shields are down. We're taking on boarding parties.
What? From where?
Damn it! Hang on, Moral. I'm bringing a team over to help.
Take out those heralds.
Okay, done.
Moral!
Yeah, I get what they're going for, but the writing needed another polishing pass, and the actors are not selling it. Game. I know I literally just said this is the Legion of STO, but so far this has been falling flat from what the previous Lark did, so that's just kind of weird. Then again, watch. We'll get to actual WoW Legion and it won't review well. What do you want to bet? Okay, I'm going to try to skip ahead and see if it lets me. If not, oh, we'll see what our last checkpoint was. Yes, Delta Quadrant was Kata. Although I'm starting to think it might have been Pandaria, but Kata is really more accurate. This was supposed to be Legion. Well, we bugged out the mission, Evo, and we heard some really bad banter. Does that count? Yep, okay, so we're gonna beam out. I mean, Warlords, we've talked about that before. Warlords' purpose in reviewing expansions is Warlords is when they did a lot of interface, under the hood, and gameplay improvements that made the game overall better, and just kind of failed at the specifics of the content. Not even all the content. One of the best raids in WoW, in my opinion, is actually in Warlords. And there's some damn good dungeons. And some really cool quests. And then there's some crap quests, and then there's some really bad quests. And then it stops. Just runs into a wall. But yeah, no, that would be funny. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my god, it's at the beginning, isn't it? Yep.
The rubble in our way. The Heralds have set up a security beacon at the entrance to this system. We'll need...
Oh my god.
We've done... How would you up your navigational HUD? Now, try to stick to the path I've outlined.
Correct, Skyteray. Whoop.
The mineral content of the asteroids will shield us from the Herald sensors.
The
Try to stay in
Arakoa.
formation with the rest of the squadron.
The highborn Arakoa, and of course the lowborn,
Let's kick the tires and light the fires.
I'm not sure what that means. Is it some kind of alpha quadrant thing?
I'm gonna shut up.
Kinda. I'll explain it later, Ferengi.
Fire your proton packs, kids. The next turn is a tight one.
That's actually true, Mike Romano, and it's entirely possible that the Gamma Arc will be Legion. Will be the Legion of this game.
Everyone's mom tells them they're handsome, Ferengi.
Friendly fire! Ow, I'm wounded.
Fewer asteroids through here. More.
For the record, I don't actually think that's true. I think that the Gamma Arc is going to be the Pandaria equivalent.
This reminds me of flying through Earth's space dock. They don't like it when you do that at full impulse.
Yeah. Wait. Who let Feryx fly inside ESD? Weston?
No comment.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy night.
Ha! I've flown through worse in the Badlands.
Whoa, Moral. Watch the paint job there, Tiger.
Don't be a rear seat pilot!
I think you mean backseat driver.
But we're flying, sir.
You know what I mean by how bad this banter
Take
is?
them out before they can warn the others.
I mean, Spider-Man does the same thing, Kane, always has, but the difference is they're both actually, good at it. Anyways, yes, Eriko are in WoW, although they're not spelled the way you just spelled it, so I don't know what you're referencing. Probably whatever WoW is referencing. I missed 2, actually. Okay.
Shields are down! We're taking on boarding
So I'm
parties.
gonna not kill that last ship yet. Just gonna stare at it for a minute.
Damn it! Hang on, Moral. I'm bringing a team over to help.
Oh, they're dead. Hey, it advanced, though, this time. We literally killed them too quickly last time.
We need backup over here. Get a team and get over. My team and the Burns crew have cleared most of the boarding parties, but there are still Heralds trying to get to the bridge and more pinning me down near the armory. Head toward me. If we can team up, we can make a push towards the bridge.
Agreed. Help you, Mr. Robot? Oh, okay. Ah! You're not supposed to be able to shoot through the shields. I mean, live banter is a thing, and good live banter is awesome. Even professional live banter can be awesome. See Homeworld for a good example of that. Although, I suppose you could argue that's not banter at that point, but it does fulfill the same narrative point. Come on, there we go. Captain.
Fell back here to grab some phaser rifles and got bottled up by those Heralds. Thanks for the help.
What's the situation?
The bridge crew has sealed off the bridge and locked the ship's computers down, but the Heralds aren't giving up. All of the remaining boarding parties are moving toward the bridge. If we don't get there before the Heralds break through, they'll slaughter everyone there and set the ship to self-destruct.
Alright, what's the plan?
Now that you and your team are here, we can clear out the remaining Heralds, get to a turbo lift, and head to the bridge. Lock and load, everybody. It's time to save the day.
Yeah, he sounds like he's not putting any energy into the acting. Like he's not quite at the point of reading lines, but he's clearly has the wrong emphasis and the wrong emoting at pretty much every step of his lines. It's just kind of, what are you doing? Anyways, enough complaining. Oh, I know, it's horrible, Evo. I hate it. But it's the best option, which is even worse. Yeah, long and low, people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for those of you not aware, I've been wanting to set up my own wiki for quite some time. Found a good wiki software, but it had one crucial flaw, and that it was impossible to lock it down so that only I could edit it.
Welcome to the party. We could use a little help.
Good job. If you don't understand why that's significant, it should only ever be editable by me, since that's the whole point of it. So I actually reached out to them and was like, hey, you know, and they said, yeah, we'll never allow that. And I was like, okay. So that didn't work. So then I tried to do something just on the site, and that led to basically going down the rabbit's hole of dozens of different plugins and options and just raw coding to do it for the site, all of which would be just a colossal pain on such a level that I can't even explain it to you properly. So I gave up on the whole thing until people kept pushing World Anvil on me. I was like, alright, fine. Fine, I'll go ahead and try out World Anvil. And World Anvil doesn't completely suck.
I think that's the last of them. What's our status?
All the ships are secure.
Your ship is damaged and you have crew in sickbay, Moral. I don't want any unnecessary casualties. I have great respect for your abilities, but if this is some sort of Klingon, glory-seeking, never give up, today is a good day to die kind of thing...
Everyone on this ship knew the risks when we started this mission, including me. The boarding parties are gone and we need to keep moving. We have to get to the station and finish our mission before we run into any more Herald patrols.
Your ship is literally sparking. Is it capable of continuing?
As much as I hate to say it, you're right. If we live through this, your mom is going to be so proud, but she's going to think I was an idiot for trying to hold you back. That's if we live. What do we need to do to get your ship back up and running?
Yeah, I'll help as well. I got 2 engineers with me.
I know a few of Andrew's tricks. Use one of his encrypted override codes to lock the Heralds out of our computer so they couldn't take control of the ship. I could use some extra hands to get these systems restored.
Okay.
Good job on the computers, Moral, but Andrew? Did he teach you anything else that got him sent to a penal colony?
Can we wait for later on this, Captain?
That does it. Let's both get back to our ships and finish this.
Dreadnought, 5 to transport, I think. Maybe 6. I don't know. Take us back. Let's go. Kick the tires and light the fires. You bring the lightning, I'll reap the whirlwind. Yeah, no, this is all being played very casually for what should be an extraordinarily dangerous elite commando raid during a war we're losing. This should have the same feel and vibe of being a French resistance officer in the middle of the World War II occupation.
Let's move.
Instead, it feels like Saturday at the park.
Time to pick up the pace, people!
I got some scans of those ships. Should give me an advantage when we get to the station.
We're coming up on the center of their operations.
I think I know the one you're talking about, Mike Tamano, and I think I agree.
Detecting Solanae energy signatures ahead. Solanae, ugh. They give me the creeps.
Target the ships defending the station.
Do I have to? What if I don't wanna, Tom? Huh? You ever think of that? Oh, I don't want to go down the MCU rabbit hole right now.
Weston, you're up. We'll keep them busy.
On it.
So, pilot ships. I told you about this.
Energy signature detected.
Evasive maneuvers. Pattern, Paris Delta 2.
Andrew!
Well, Andrew's dead.
We need to abort. We can't do this without Weston.
I can do it. Andrew gave me a backup copy of his algorithms in case something happened.
We're falling back.
Captain.
Dad, I know you mean well, but I have to do this. You know what will happen if the Solanae can break through. We'll lose everything.
Okay, Moral. You can be almost as stubborn as your mother, but I know when I'm beat.
Your mother, who is not in this game, for reasons we don't actually know.
Cover Moral's ship so she can finish this.
It's not like they can't have directors in here.
And we will not be stopped.
Because they have LeVar Burton, who is far more of a director than he is an actor these days. And I don't mean that as an insult, that's just a statement of fact. And maybe she just said no, I don't know. It's not like they can just pull a Disney and force an actor to do a role when they say they won't, when they don't want to.
The station shields are down. It can be damaged. We're getting there. Attack the Dreadnought.
I only clarify because I've actually had someone think I was accusing Frakes, specifically of being a bad actor, because I think of him much more as a director, which is where his career's gone. And it's like, no, dude, Frakes is fine. I mean, he's no Stewart, but he's a good actor.
2 nodes left on the station. Take them out now.
Although, actually, I'm going to revise that a little bit. I think Jonathan Frakes isn't so much a good actor as he's just a cool dude. And so when he brings that kind of energy to the role, he's good, right?
Last node. Destroy it, and we can take out the Dreadnought and finish this. Shields are offline. Destroy the Dreadnought.
The Ryan Reynolds thing. You know what I mean? Ryan Reynolds isn't that great of an actor, but he can be himself, and he is a fairly naturally charismatic and energetic person, so he can kind of roll with it pretty well. Oh, absolutely not, Kay. This is ridiculous. This is the Scooby-Doo van mission right here. But is that what really happened, Dr. Winter? Hey, Mike, come on. Do you see that purple loot that I'm not going to loot? You see it.
They're trying something, and it's not just to bring their shields up. I think they're activating the station. They're trying to bring the Solanae through. Give me just a... Got it! Core shields down. Hit him now!
Detecting a power surge!
I have their main computer. They're still trying to start the conversion process, but their shields are completely down.
Okay, let's blow up this thing and head home.
No, it's let's blow this thing and go home. And you gotta put some energy into it when you say it, damn it.
We're being pulled in. Evasive maneuvers. Yee-haw!
And the only reason that happens is because that's actually one of the features of the pilot show.
I found something interesting in the computer system before the station blew. It's coordinates for another sphere, and this one looks to be very strategically important. It might even be a secondary hub for the Iconian gateway network. I grabbed everything on it I can find. I'll transmit the files to Captain Cogran at Alliance Command. Maybe he can get a team together to investigate.
Acknowledged. Good to see you again, Morel.
The station is destroyed, and we've completed our mission. But not without paying a price. Weston was a talented engineer and a damn fine pilot. He may not have wanted to be in Starfleet, but there was a time I didn't think I was Starfleet material either. Sometimes rebels make the best officers. We know our duty. We just have our own way of getting it done.
So what you're saying is sometimes you have to break the rules to uphold the law.
Exactly. It's been a pleasure flying with you. Maybe we can do it again sometime before this thing ends. Consider yourself an honorary member of Delta Flight.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Losing Weston is regrettable, but we needed a victory today. Thanks to you, we have one. Defeating a Herald Dreadnought is a significant achievement. Destroying their station and keeping the Solanae locked in subspace is even more valuable. The number of ships and soldiers we have is finite. We cannot allow the Iconians to have a numerical advantage, as well as a technological one.
I have bad news.
I will examine the files Lieutenant Commander Paris managed to recover from the Herald computers. Perhaps a strike on this base she found will be our next move.
Yeah, I got bad news, buddy. Look, Dave Fennoy is a good actor-ish, but he has the range problem. There's only one voice that Dave Fennoy does, and it's Dave Fennoy. He's good, though. I like him. Negative to story.
The Empire requires your assistance with a covert mission deep in Iconian territory. It is dangerous, but if successful, it has a chance of turning the tide of the war in our favor. Report to the Deniso system. There you will meet a man named Ramir. He wants to explain the details of the operation to you personally.
Hold up. Do I have those traits? Let's see. I don't have that one. Let's see. Point blank shot, I'm pretty sure I have. And I'm wrong. Interesting. What about best defense? Do I have that? I do have best defense. Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll get one of those. Sorry, I haven't done a lot of these multiple times, so I was pretty sure I didn't have all the traits, and I figured, yeah, you know. No, I picked it at random, Gigapudding. At the time, Alien wasn't available, or I screwed up something. I'm not sure which, but either way. I would have gone Alien otherwise. Or Cardassian. Yeah, you'll notice that's kind of Tom Paris's only real contribution to the game, too. I really feel like they got McNeil in for like an afternoon and just sat him down with the script and said, here you go. Some actors can roll with that. Some can't. Or some don't bother to. Like Gigapudding. She's like, yes, thank you for rescuing me. So how's Pech?
Ready for transport.
I don't think these have actually shown up yet. They've been hinted at, but I don't think we've actually seen them yet. This, well, we'll talk about in a second.
Kapla, and welcome aboard the IKS Hague. My name is Ramir, and this is my ship.
Ploch, you asked for me personally?
Your reputation for getting the job done precedes you. Alliance Command gave me the authority to pick who would assist us on this mission, and your name was at the top of the list.
You don't have much of a reputation.
If you do not know about my team or our missions, then I have been successful. There are many battles fought in shadow. Now, if you don't have any further questions, follow me to the briefing room. I will give you more details about our mission there.
Tell me about your house.
House Peg is the code name for a discreet group that serves the Empire. My team are all warriors, but you will not find us screaming battle hymns or leading the charge against an army. Guile and secrecy are our weapons of choice.
Guile?
There is honor to be found, even in dishonesty. If an enemy force can be felled by words or the simple removal of one troublesome individual, the entire Klingon Empire is strengthened by the acts of a few brave men and women. My warriors do not use poison, and we look our targets in the eye before they die. But there is no need to shout when a whisper carries more meaning.
And that's House Peg. They're the Section 31 of the Klingons. Now, if you're paying attention, this makes perfect sense because every major faction has their own super intelligence organization, right? The Romulans had the first one. That was the Tal Shiar. That was introduced back in mid-TNG. Some way through DS9, about Season 2, I want to say, they introduced the concept of the Obsidian Order. Then, much later into DS9, they invented the Section 31. So, Star Trek Online is the one that finally introduces the concept of House Peg. Thank you, Sakage. Always appreciate. And I will go ahead and put that towards FF7R1 or 2. Look, we're not talking about the stupids, okay? Nobody cares about the stupids. 2, okay.
The past few years have brought about many changes in our ways, And a warrior who only uses one weapon would be a poor warrior indeed. As the mighty Gaius once said, a well-aimed blade can sometimes achieve more than a fully armed armada. Now let us begin the briefing.
What do the Vulcans have? Section 31. Ask me who the Andorians have. Could you move slightly faster, please?
Data recovered from the station in the Calbridan system has pinpointed the location of a second base in the Deniso system, containing several of the Iconians' Omega generators. I understand you had a hand in recovering this information.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course. Nevertheless, we have the coordinates of the Iconian base. Our plan is to sneak in and sabotage the Omega generators. Taking them out will cripple the Iconians' ability to refine the Omega molecules that fuel their gateway networks.
You have to understand, Gigapudding. Shin bruises are honorable. How are we supposed to sneak into this system?
Infiltration is our specialty, and we have technology not available to other ships of the fleet. Our cloaking device can extend to protect your ship as well. That should be sufficient to protect us.
What do we do if the Iconians find us?
Then we fight. I expect we will have to fight our way out anyway, after we detonate the Omega generators. I hope your crew is up to the challenge.
What's the risk of nullifying the warp travel for light years around the Deniso system?
Our scientists put the risk of a catastrophic reaction at less than 7%. That is an acceptable risk.
For some reason, I'm going to argue with you against that.
This is our mission. You, of course, have the authority to change our mission parameters.
Damn right I do, but let's see if we can get a better solution first.
Valere is right over there. She will also be a part of the away team to help extract any Iconian intelligence we find in the facility. Be careful. Her mate Travana is very protective.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to have to show off this weapon I forgot to tell Gigapudding about. So you see this weapon I got on my back? It's this giant staff. This is an Iconian battle staff. It shoots pure anti-protons, which bounce between enemies as I shoot. It also has a high rate of fire. There's actually other things that make this even more awesome, but honestly, I could stop right there. This is, no joke, one of the best weapons in the game for ground. The only reason it's one of instead of the is because, due to the nature of how this game works, there's other things that can work better. I'm rather fond of it. It's the only low-buy purchase I've ever made.
What do you want?
Ramir suggested I speak to Bilar.
Why?
About the mission parameters.
Don't worry, Travana. It's fine.
Ramir tells me there's a chance of causing an Omega reaction.
Yes, but the chances are slight. If the charges are properly placed and calibrated, it should not be a problem.
Do you have any other alternatives?
Well, the risk comes from non-stabilized Omega particles. They are very unstable. If a chain reaction starts, we will not be able to stop it. If that happens, we'll lose our ship, yours, and anything within a few thousand kilograms at the least. But if that happens, the Heralds in the system will be destroyed too. That's something.
We do have the technology to stabilize Omega particles, but that's going to take more time.
Right. If we were to stabilize the particles into one or more Omega molecules, the chance of a detonation would be greatly reduced. I will need to run some numbers. We will have to give ourselves more time in the facility, and there is a greater risk of discovery, but it might be the better option.
By the way, just to really put this into perspective, 7% may sound like a small amount, but a 7% chance would roughly mean that if I roll a 1 on this, then a huge amount of people die and all warp travel and faster-than-light communication is completely destroyed for an entire sector forever. Okay, I didn't roll a 1. We're okay.
I disagree. Taking the time to stabilize the molecules puts the team in danger.
I wasn't aware you were afraid of danger.
You insult my honor. It is my duty to protect this team. I will not sacrifice Belaire's, our lives, for needless precautions.
You're an idiot.
So be it, Batak.
I heard that. I called you an idiot to your face, thank you very much. That would be interesting, Triaxia. Go ahead and beat me back to the Dreadnought.
We are beyond the Herald sensor range, but we should not approach any closer without the protection of a cloaking device.
Agreed.
Once we get close to the planet, we will not be able to risk a wide scan. So we will need to perform a series of pinpoint triangulation scans in order to locate the facility housing the Omega generators. At least we can remain cloaked while we do so.
Fortunate.
Once we have the location of the facility, my team will meet yours on the surface.
When we're finished?
Then arm your weapons and prepare for battle. Our cloaks will do us no good after the Heralds discover our sabotage.
Affirmative. And yeah, I'm with Space Cadet. It's a really simple thing. The level of devastation and the amount of acceptable risk, and there's like a curve there, you know? And yeah, exactly. I mean, 7% is something that's like, when it comes to some things, but again, wiping out all FTL, both transport and communication for an entire sector, wiping out a planet, killing thousands of people, and an entire fleet. Yeah. See, that would just get you killed inside of a week, Triaxia. That's all that would do.
In order to expedite the triangulation process, my ship will move away from yours and perform our own scan, once we have reached a distance of 4 kilocams.
4 kilocams is 8 kilometers, by the way.
Position confirmed. Beginning scans. Sensor interference is preventing us from getting a good reading. Move to 16 kilometers.
Actually, just about any ship can cloak these days because cloaks come as consoles. So I could just put a cloaking console here and have a cloak.
16 kilometers confirmed. Beginning sensor sweep.
Belair here. I have coordinates for the facility, but I cannot do a deep scan without revealing our presence. We will be beaming in blind.
I understand. I'll meet you on the surface. So I believe this is our first time aboard a Herald ship.
This facility was very well concealed and shielded. Even now, our scans are so limited, we cannot get an accurate readout of the layout.
Yeah, Omega generators put out a huge amount of interference. Ambient radiation levels are quite elevated. And none of us can have children anymore.
True, but our tricorders will be of assistance while navigating. Now that we are on site, there is something you need to know.
Withholding information?
Only because I had orders which would supersede yours. I am not the leader of House Peg. Now that we have secured the landing area, it is safe for him to join us.
Hold on, if you're not leading the mission, who is?
Remir to Heg. We are ready for him.
I actually like this. It makes a weird amount of sense in its own way. We talked a bit about Kalis and how he has no real functional power. Well, I was actually lying to you that entire time. Kalis decided to go ahead and take charge of / become the supreme leader of House Pig, aka their Section 31. Cute.
Kapla, you and your team have done well so far. Now, let us vanquish our foes.
Kalis?
I am more than a figurehead. A man cannot lead an empire of warriors without being a warrior himself. I carry the Sword of Kalis, a weapon of fables, forged by Kalis the Unforgettable in the fires of the Kristok volcano, and cooled in the icy waters of the Lake of Luxor. This blade slew Molor, it conquered the Fakiri, and created a mighty empire. Now I will wield it against the infernal servants of the demons of air and darkness.
Do you think we will need the sword today?
There is always a need for the Sword of Kalis. It is a symbol of eternal victory. No one who uses it can be defeated.
I mean, I wouldn't call Abraham Lincoln a deity, Gigapudding, but, you know, similar vibe. And yeah, that's why I say I was flat out lying back then, because we talked all around circles about how much political power he had. The truth is, he probably has more power and sway than the Chancellor does.
We're right behind you.
Oh yeah, what's funny is I could believe this Kalis wouldn't even be power hungry. He just doesn't want to sit on his laurels and do nothing, right? He wants to be part of the solution. So of course he would do this. The irony, and I'm not sure they did this on purpose, is Section 31 and House Peg are actually very similar to each other. They're otherwise decent people who are primarily focused on doing what nobody else wants to do, or nobody else should be aware of. By contrast, the Tal Shiar
are picking up a different Omega generator. My team will handle this one.
Understood. By contrast, the Tal Shiar and the Obsidian Order were focused primarily on being the hidden ruling body from the shadows and controlling their respective governments. So you like my gun. How do you like my portal to the sun, Gigapudding? Oh god, yeah, no kidding, Taryn. Wait, did they ever do that in one of the books? I don't think it really matters which sun, honestly, Gigapudding. At a certain point, you know, there's a portal to a star in your face. Let's go and stabilize some Omega particles here. I don't like this minigame. I've actually done a perfect run once. You can do it with keyboard or mouse, whichever's better for you. There's one reason I don't mind that minigame. It's completely optional. You can just let it fail and be like, yep, I'm good. You'll get less out of it, because you actually get Omega particles, which are a crafting material.
Our charges are set. We will meet with you in the hallway ahead.
I mean, you say that, Evo, but at the personal level of an individual, I don't think the difference is going to be measurable, really. There's a quote I'm fond of, Gigapudding, in relation to what Space Cadet just said. The first presidential election campaign in the history of the United States was a large-scale grassroots movement trying to convince George Washington to accept the position of president. It's not really a joke. He didn't. He really did not want to be the president. Hell, he didn't even really want to be involved in the military campaign toward the end there. He just kept going with it for whatever reason. Some sources debate this, but several people agree, historically speaking, that the reason the presidency as an institution, as a station, exists the way it does nowadays, or I guess over the last 200 years, was because of how he molded it when he was the first president. My reason for bringing that up is some people argue that he could have simply made it like a monarchy, even an elected monarchy, or he could have tried to establish pretty much whatever format he wanted to for things. And he went with the one we've got. Whether that's good or bad, that's more up to you. It's just interesting to think about. But again, the relevance here is George Washington was the founder of the United States in many ways, because he had near absolute power right there at the beginning, and he could have shaped it however he wanted to.
We got some information from the Iconian network. How did you do?
Which is why I compare him to Kalis. That's the relevant point here. We got some data, but we can't read it.
Fortunately, I come prepared. My tricorder is loaded with the best decryption subroutines available in the Empire. Wrote a couple of them myself.
Let's see, 1 + 1 = 2.
This is interesting. There are battle plans here for the Delta Quadrant. The Iconians were advising the Vaadwaur for months before the conflict started there. In fact, the Iconians insisted that the Vaadwaur start their attack in the Krenim Imperium, although they didn't say why. I also see data on where the Omega energy is being distributed. This is good. If we use this, we can attack the subspace stations where... Oh no!
What?
Ket, one of the Iconians! It is here!
So that's the second Iconian they've mentioned, right? We've had Marat, we've had Taket.
Yes, sir. We need to find the last generator.
I mean, I don't exactly consider myself a patriot, Gigapudding. I just love studying history. That's a good question, Mike Kamano. I think it's because Tuvok and the Voyager are over there right now. Sound cut out there for a second.
Use that panel to access a visualization node and locate the last Omega generator.
There's Taket.
Zoom in on that! It's Taket!
Notice Taket looks visually different from Marat, so you can tell the two apart just at a glance. That was a good move on their part. It's probably helped by the fact that we don't see a lot of Iconians. In fact, again, we're up to 2.
An Iconian! My blood sings for this battle. It will be glorious!
I don't think you should fight an Iconian by yourself.
Kalis, my Emperor, you are the strongest of Klingons. You wield the sword of Kalis. But there is no one who can face an Iconian in single combat.
I mean, yeah, listen to Ramir.
The war does not go well for us. You all know what we face. Our people need a symbol to inspire them. That is what I was created to be. This battle will be one of legend. Every soldier of the Empire will have this tale on their lips.
Do they need a martyr?
This is not my day to die. It is my day to kill an Iconian.
Travana, Ballard, do you want to weigh in on this?
Who am I to argue with the Emperor?
Firing a disruptor at an Iconian is like attacking a starship with a stick. The Sword of Kalis is a remarkable weapon. It might be the only thing that could work.
Okay, Kalis, what's your plan?
We part ways here. Complete your mission. I will descend to the lower level and challenge the Iconian.
Fight well, Emperor.
We create a legend this day. Remember it.
If anyone can kill an Iconian, it is Kalis.
I like the little detail that Kalis pauses to meditate. before he actually goes into battle. It's a nice little touch.
Staparecho maraeco rica 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 nasopacare.
We'll talk about the significance of what Gaius does in a minute.
Rica rica rica.
Yeah, Gaius
I have come for
isn't
you.
actually an idiot, believe it or not.
Face me, creature. I challenge you to honorable combat. Come forth. I am Gaius the Unforgettable. Destroyer of Molor, defender of Kamchi, and emperor of the Klingons. In my hands is the sword of Gaius, first of its kind. Will you not face me, Tiket? What could a being such as yourself have to fear from one man?
They're probably pretty wise to not actually show this.
We are in.
Yeah, exactly. There's such a thing as knowing your limitations when it comes to crafting fiction, and every now and again you just be like, you know, I have this super awesome battle plan that I cannot do justice, so it's gonna happen off camera. You'll also notice that Gaius had to provoke her several times in order to get her in order to fight him, as opposed to just destroy him, like she probably could have. We've already discussed this, but one of the Iconians' biggest flaws is their pride. Which makes sense when you're literally a handful of people who control a force that could probably make the Borg bend.
Tiket's too strong. Nothing Gaius can do is hurting it. We have to weaken the Iconian, and I think I know how. Omega molecules gather energy like sponges in water. That's why a small amount of Omega can generate such a vast amount of power. Quick! Find a console and activate the reactor. If we hit the Iconian with Omega, we might be able to injure it.
Now, that's another thing to keep in mind. That it takes Omega particles to hurt an Iconian. They're arrogant for a reason. So yeah, Gaius isn't actually hurting Tiket. But the fact that he is currently still up and fighting is extremely impressive.
Ha! Glorious battle! The honorable warrior will always prevail, demon. You are no god, Tiket, and your tyranny ends now!
In case it's not obvious, he just chopped off Tiket's arm.
Now, to finish this.
Although it required the Omega particles in order to weaken the creature enough. But unfortunately, Tiket stopped playing around at that point.
Remir to Hague. Emergency transport now.
Kalis is now dead.
We've lost Kalis, and we were unable to stop the production of Omega molecules. The Iconian war will continue, and much blood will be shed.
Believe it or not, this is a hell of a turning point in the war, for reasons we'll get into more later.
True. The data recovered by your team in Belair will be invaluable to the Alliance. The only thing to do is make sure it reaches them. To do that, we must escape this system.
Yeah.
You're right. We can't risk this intel not making it back to the homeworld. I've pinpointed an excellent transmission spot near here where we can send out an encrypted microburst of data. If we don't make it out of here, at least the information can be of use to those who still fight.
I like her, by the way.
Sacrifice cannot be in vain.
She continues to have a brain, and I tend to like characters who have a brain. Go figure, I know. Oh yeah, Jim Puck would never do what Kalis just did. What Kalis just did, in case I'm underemphasizing this, took some frickin' balls. He walked into a fight he knew he couldn't win, knowing everything that was about to happen, and he did it because he felt like it was the correct call, and for all intents and purposes, it was.
Iconian gateways! It's an ambush!
Did we get the transmission out, though? And yeah, that's why he gave the... I forget what it's called. It's specifically a Klingon prayer for the dead. You'll remember the gentleman who flew into the Doomsday device did the same thing. It really is Giga Pudding. It's janky, and it's got some weird animations, and it takes some getting used to, but god damn, it's so Star Trek.
More gateways. Something big is coming through.
That's okay, it's just a battleship. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, I don't mean to gush, but that was pretty much perfect.
I will mourn for Kalis, but celebrate his life.
For Kalis, I mean.
He was a clone, but he found honor in this life. Now I trust he will find Sto-vo-kor to his liking. But before he fell, he showed us the Iconians are mortal. His sacrifice will lead our way to victory. Qapla'! Hail Kalis, Emperor and Conqueror!
One thing I like about this arc, if you're paying attention, with the sole exception of the Tom Paris episode, which honestly kind of sucked, although even that episode still did it, we've been losing constantly. Did you catch that? I've actually talked about this before. It's precious rare that we really lose in an MMO. We always just kind of consistently win forwards, which has its own narrative problems. Ironically, I'd been saying for years prior to the Iconian arc coming out that, you know, we should lose in an MMO. I talked about that in WoW, I talked about it in FF14, I talked about that in Lotro. STO was the first one amongst the ones I played that finally had the guts to make us start losing. And I enjoyed the way they did it. Agreed, Blade Javal. That's a good question, Giga Pudding. I imagine George Washington was nowhere near as awesome as history tends to venerate him. But that brings up an interesting question. Let's say we cloned Washington somehow, right now. Just as a new George Washington, who is being held up to all those ideals and all of the stuff that history says that George Washington was. So here's the relevant question. Do you think clone George Washington would be an awesome dude, like clone Kalis was?
We have a lead on the Krenim. Voyager went to Krenim space looking for them a few months ago, but didn't find much more than a Vaudois and some anomalous sensor readings. But now, we found a Ferengi, selling what he claims are Krenim artifacts. You are authorized to negotiate with the Ferengi and obtain these artifacts. Follow the trail where it leads. We need a weapon against the Iconians. And the Vaudois have gone to a great deal of trouble to keep whatever secrets the Krenim have out of our hands.
This is probably a good time to mention something, but I'm not going to, because I hate you. No, it's something I talked about during the lore run. It's honestly one of the more clever things they do in all of Star Trek Online. But first, let's go to everyone's favorite location. Say it with me in chat now.
Welcome to Josana. Few things that you didn't even know you wanted. Shopping, drinking, dining, entertainment. You'll find it all here.
Remember, if you break it, Sorry, let me do my Ferengi voice. Yeah. Remember, if you break it, I'll charge you for it. No, it is an option. I deliberately have it off for the sake of the run, Mike Tomato. Business facilitator Quen has rented space at the station for private sales. We aren't sure what the object is he's selling, but the rumors are it's a technological device of some kind. The price he's asking for is significant. You can buy a moon for that much latinum. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could buy a moon with how much latinum I have, but whatever.
May I help you? Oh. Wait, you must be... I'm sorry, but the business facilitator is busy at the moment and cannot be disturbed.
I have an appointment.
Yes, but Quen left me explicit instructions about this. He's in the middle of a delicate negotiation to triple his profits on the sale of a rare Delta Quadrant artifact, and cannot be disturbed.
I have an Iconian battle staff on my back.
Maybe, let's see, it was something. Krenim, I think? Oh, Delta Quadrant treasures are all the rage right now. Artifacts from cultures the Vatwar wiped out are particularly valuable. Quen's made quite a bit of latinum bringing them back through the gateways. Now, that profit-sharing plan he promised me hasn't materialized, but is it my place to complain?
I do, Giga. By the way, I know I talk a little bit over my character sometimes, but I want to stress that the actual dialogue there is, if you don't let us pass, we're going to tear down the door.
Look, Quen hired me to answer the comms and chat up the customers, not to be security. Go right in. Just try not to break anything. Quen will find some way to blame the damages on me.
Pleasure doing business with you. I am extraordinarily not in the mood for a greedy Ferengi trying to sell the cure to the zombie outbreak. So, hi. How are you?
Not so fast. The gentleman with the rather imposing associates over there has just made a very competitive offer for the device. Care to make a counterbid?
You ever play Command & Conquer, Gigapudding, or are you familiar with it? Because you asked about the obelisks. Now, these are Baul, which doesn't mean anything. But here's what these really are. These are Nod obelisks.
You said there weren't any other buyers, Quinn. Now what do I see? Starfleet stooges here to cause trouble. Guards, get these riffraff out of here so I can conclude my deal in peace.
You got it. Portal to the sun. Are they already dead? Oh, no, not quite. I think they're dead now. Oh, you brought in some extra stooges. Well, sure, I'll summon a few more things. I mean, they've got this, Gigapudding. I don't need to anti-proton them to death. So, Quinn, let's try this again.
Fine. I'll add what I was going to pay those guards to my offer.
Hold it! I am Nog, son of Grand Nagus Rom. And I am a Ferengi. And when you deal with these people, you deal with me. You have a choice. Either deal with me, or I ask my father to have a word with the liquidators about your poor business practices.
Well, I'm sure we could come to an understanding.
That's what I thought. Now, kiss the staff. Get out! Not you, Quinn.
Oh, I love you, Nog. F's in chat. I know we've already said this, but I'm still sad. If you're paying attention, this is the second Trek alumni that we've heard in this game who is no longer with us. Aaron Eisenberg was legit, too.
Here's my best offer. How about we agree on a price, and you get your Delta Quadrant doodad, and I leave? Everyone's happy.
Hold up.
No? Fine. How about I answer your questions, and maybe then I get to leave? But let's get on with it. Every minute I stand here, I'm losing a strip of latinum. Time is a very valuable commodity.
What do you know about the relic?
The device is Krenim in origin. Specifically, it's from the Krenim Imperium. Constructed sometime in the mid-22nd century, if I had to take a guess. Strange piece of technology. I haven't seen anything else like it. Highly advanced, and it has hallmarks of Krenim work. But it's, odd. Definitely odd.
What happened to the Krenim?
The Vatwar, that's what. At one point, the Krenim Imperium held more than 200 star systems in the Delta Quadrant. They lost some of that territory in the Capital Wars, but overall they were doing well. Not the biggest business in the Quadrant, but not the smallest either. When the Vatwar started their war, Gaul took a special interest in the Krenim. Bombed them back to the Stone Age, and then some. As far as anyone knows, the Krenim are basically extinct these days.
Where'd you get this device?
I picked it up from a Talaxian who wanted to trade for supplies. He told me he got it from the Kiana system. That was it. There used to be a Krenim colony there, but it's gone now, just like the rest of their empire.
Gone? The Vaadwaur destroyed them?
The Talaxian wasn't very clear on that. He just said, gone. If I'd asked any more questions, he might have increased his price.
Anything else?
As a show of good faith to the son of the Nagus, I'm willing to tell you for free. But don't let this get around. It would ruin my reputation as a businessman. The device emits some unusual energy readings. The shielding may have malfunctioned, or maybe it's not fully operational anymore. I'm not sure. But that's why I'm selling it as an antique. As is, and no refunds.
What kind of unusual energy readings?
Do I look like a member of the Vulcan Science Academy to you? I don't know. It's yours now. You paid for it. You figure it out. I hope it doesn't blow up your ship. Now, may I go so we can put all this unpleasantness behind us? I want to drown my sorrows in a comet cocktail and think about all the profit I didn't earn today.
Get out of here, and be thankful you're not melted. Captain?
Don't let the staff of office and these good looks fool you. I'm here as a Starfleet officer, and I don't normally flaunt my family connections, but in this case, it seemed like the best way to solve the problem. So I borrowed my dad's second best staff.
Thanks for the assist. It didn't look like he was going to let us purchase it while he was still in the room.
Interesting. I know Voyager encountered the Krenim during the journey, and Tuvok was looking for survivors of the Vaadwaur purges. For now, though, perhaps we should concentrate on learning what we can from this device.
Agreed. What should we do about that force field?
Quinn left without taking down his security, but fortunately I know how to get around it. This isn't a very sophisticated system. It's hardly worth the latinum he paid for it. If we overload the EPS conduits, we'll create a cascade failure in the system that the control protocols won't be able to handle. That should drop the force field.
Hold on. Are you the son of the Grand Nagus?
It's true. My father is Grand Nagus Rom. I don't normally have much to do with his business dealings, but in this instance, a little show seemed to be the best way to solve our problem.
How'd you end up in Starfleet?
I grew up on Deep Space Nine with my father and my uncle Quark. That was back before my dad became the Nagus. He was just a maintenance tech. Like my father, I preferred engineering to business. Captain Sisko helped me get into the Academy, the first Ferengi ever to join Starfleet. Then my Grand Mogi started seeing Grand Nagus Zek, and there were a lot of changes on Ferenginar. When Zek decided to retire, he thought my dad would be the right person to see them through.
I see.
Interesting. I know Voyager encountered the Krenim during the journey.
Anyways,
Quinn left
let's go ahead and overload this thing.
I think you can overload the EPS conduits in the corner there. This isn't a very sophisticated system. It's hardly worth the latinum he paid for it. If we overload the EPS conduits, we'll create a cascade failure in the system that the control protocols won't be able to handle. That should drop the force field.
Oh yeah, he's a science captain through and through. Maybe an engineering
cap. If the power
cap.
flow is disrupted, we can override the administrative access requirement.
All right.
The controls are, yes, over here by the artifact.
Coming.
Excellent. Now we can get a good look at this.
Well, let's see what we got.
The waveforms aren't like anything I've seen before.
Really? I see those all the time.
Think I'm getting something. This is definitely Krenim in origin. And Quinn was right on the age. I'm also seeing some repeating elements in the base code, almost like a signature. And that strange energy Quinn was talking about is actually chronotons. A lot of chronotons. And chronotons mean temporal manipulation. This little box just got a lot more interesting.
The last thing I need from my day is a visit from Temporal Investigations.
I'll take the device back to my ship, the Chimera, and have a look while we're on the way to the Kiana system. From what I understand, Voyager sent an away team to the Kiana system a few weeks ago, but they encountered some resistance and were forced to pull back before they can find what they were looking for. But now that we have this, maybe we'll be able to find what remains of the Krenim, if there's anything left to find.
Alright, see you in the Delta Quadrant. Aaron Eisenberg is somewhat short, that's why Nog is short.
Places as a Starfleet officer, but this is my first time seeing the Delta Quadrant. According to Quinn, the Krenim artifact came from this system. I hope we haven't come all this way just to chase ghosts. I've had a chance to look at the Krenim device, although I'm not sure how to activate it yet. It's definitely designed for temporal manipulation, although I don't think it would enable someone to travel through time. It's almost like a step sideways? If that makes any sense at all. I'll keep working on it and let you know if I learn anything more.
Alright, maybe we can find something that can help explain this.
Voyager's preliminary scans of this system turned up a number of anomalies, but nothing conclusive. According to Krenim records, though, there's supposed to be an M-class planet in this system. We're not reading anything like that on the sensors.
Maybe the planet is the source of the asteroids? We're also getting a lot of wreckage.
Could be. Let's check that wreckage out first. It might give us a better idea of what happened out here. And we should be on the lookout for Vaadwaur. Preliminary scans indicate they've been actively patrolling through this system.
Of course, the Vaadwaur are working for the Iconians openly right now, because why wouldn't they?
Keep an eye out for Vaadwaur. They're still patrolling this area.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're specifically working for the Iconians right now or not, but they're definitely benefiting from Iconian tech.
I'd say that wreckage is where this artifact was found.
3 Latinum.
Heads up! Vaadwaur on an intercept course.
No, I mean... Could you not... Oh, for God's sakes.
The wreckage appears to be Krenim. The weapon signatures are definitely Vaadwaur. According to Voyager, the Krenim were a fairly small society. On an intercept there had course, to be a reason the Vaadwaur went out of their way to target them. I suggest we use the mineral content of the asteroids I've marked to conceal our energy signatures. Vaadwaur sensors aren't as good as ours. Most of their technological advantage appears to be directed toward making better weapons. So it should work, as long as we don't attract their attention before we get out of their path.
Good idea.
Heralds! They must be looking for that Vaadwaur patrol. I don't think those Heralds detected us. Let's hope they don't come back this way.
Yeah, no kidding, Kira White Noise. Yeah, they have Chronotron torpedoes. They have what?
Heralds inbound!
Oh, for... Where? Oh, there.
The Vaadwaur must have gotten a signal out. So much for our investigation.
You know, you say that.
There was something about the Krenim that was such a threat to the Vaadwaur and the Iconians that they're still patrolling the old Krenim systems. If we can find more Krenim technology, or maybe unlock what we have, we might be able to find out what is so important. That could be something the Alliance can use against the Iconians. I recommend that the Chimera and your ship patrol the outer system while we take an away team to the surface. I'll bring the device and keep trying to learn more about it.
Yeah, Sela has told us, twice, if you're paying attention, the time travel thing.
This doesn't make sense. There's nothing here that would cause the readings I was seeing from orbit, but there are traces of chronotron particles. I've never known chronotrons to appear naturally without some sort of temporal manipulation going on, but there's nothing here. I'm starting to come up with a theory, but I need some more data. I recommend we take some additional scans.
All right.
Exactly, but we need to be quick. Those patrols we encountered in orbit will be missed soon. I'm going to order the Chimera to try to avoid contact, but warn us if more ships arrive.
let's
These
see.
tall spires are charged with temporal energy. Curious. It's almost like it's in a state of temporal flux. I need to get some scans. There's something going on.
Yeah, I'm still
There
rather
are more mineral deposits over there.
upset about that one, Ratu.
There's a resonant frequency here that's not natural. I'm reading another anomaly ahead.
Warcraft, Gigapudding, easy answer. Warcraft is probably my favorite setting ever. Like, ever. Other than my own, obviously.
These anomalies have a shape, like a warp field, but not quite the same.
Yeah, it was just this morning, Sarura. That was a fun thing to wake up to.
The only other place I've seen sensor readings like this was in the wormhole.
I'm gonna go with yes, Evo. Foundation from, well, sort of. Foundation from Isaac Asimov is another example of that. Oh, Heralds have landed.
There, behind those rocks.
Let's go kill them. Where are they? No, he was not old. He was cancer.
They'll be here any moment.
I'm sorry. That sounds awful when I phrase it that way. He was having a cancer-related issue. Star Wars? Oh, jeez, I don't know.
This area looks defensible. Get ready.
Let's see. So, Warcraft's on the top. StarCraft is really high up there.
We need to use the device. I've been trying to activate it, and I've almost got it. Keep them busy. If I can get it working, I should be able to conceal us.
Do what you need to do.
Here they come!
I mean, that would be awesome, Savacom. Never happened, but that'll be awesome. When I take over the world, there'll be mandatory extant. I'm joking. But yeah, no, I don't mind the humans only thing. There's actually, I'm trying to think of it. There's one setting which I actually rather enjoy the fact that it's humans only. At first, I can't think of it. It's not Dune and it's not Foundation. It's one of them.
More reinforcements inbound!
For a while there, Star Trek was going to be one, and then they shifted their perspective on that a few times early on.
I'm working as quickly as I can.
I ain't rushing you. They're rushing you. I ain't rushing you.
Watch out! There's more of them!
I can't think of it. Anyway, so
these
top settings. So Warcraft. So not in order, but like just settings I consider to be awesome and towards the top of the list. StarCraft, Warcraft, Star Trek, Star Wars, Mass Effect. I think you're right, Evo. Oh yeah, this weapon's amazing, Gigapudding.
Almost there.
There's a reason I keep talking it
One more
up.
connection, and that should.
Pokemon, yep. Nog? Nog? Nog! Oh, Jesus Christ. Captain? Captain Nog? FF14, no. That's not towards the top of settings. In fact, I would say no Final Fantasy game is towards the top of my favorite settings. I would put MLP up there, absolutely. Yeah, I like a lot of FF games, but setting-wise, FF10 was a great setting until they ruined it. Like, it's so weird. It doesn't happen that often, but every now and again there's a fictional setting which is like, oh man, this is cool and engaging and interesting. And the creators are like, hold up, no, that's not true. And it's like, oh. I guess your setting just sucks then. Odd. I would list Harry Potter on that list, but honestly, the problem with Harry Potter is it's a more interesting idea of a setting than it is a setting. The Harry Potter setting is a mess of, like, more than Star Trek is, and Star Trek's a hell of a mess. I like what could be made out of something like Harry Potter, but it isn't. I wasn't even going to touch on that, Uthor. That's its own problem. Agreed, Junk Garage, on both points. Well, that's my point, though, Evo. It's not a good setting, because it's kind of trying to be grounded, and, let's be honest with ourselves, failing at it. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. I was debating if Dragon Age is one of my favorite settings, because I actually like Dragon Age as a setting quite a bit. It, as with all settings, has a lot of flaws, but I love a lot of the ways they interact with magic and the politics of it, and the cultures involved, even though most of them are just real life. Huh? Captain Nog?
If you'll forgive the pun, I managed to buy us some time.
Okay. Captain?
It's taken me some time to convince the Krenim to help us, but they finally agreed. Remember how I said the device could remove someone from the time stream? It did. That's where we are now, in the temporal bubbles, and how we perceive time in here is a little different than outside. That's why the Heralds can't see us. We're out of their timelines, out of all timelines, in fact. While we're here, it's almost like we don't exist.
And that's an improvement.
No one's shooting at us. I think that's a good thing. The Krenim are... they're a little touchy. Almost being driven to extinction by the Vaadwaur has made them suspicious. But they're willing to talk to us if we help them stabilize the temporal energy. I suggest we help. I wouldn't want to be in here if the fields collapse.
Let me talk to the Krenim. Ironically, I actually really enjoy properly written dream logic, Evo. We saw that a few times in MLP, and it was fantastic, the way they did it. But, yeah, I don't think, after some thought, I don't think I'd put Dragon Age at the top of the list. Like, not in the favorites bundle. It's got too many things that are just kind of, oh, God. And, as Takoida points out, it is a bit of a ripoff of several factional settings. It's still an enjoyable setting, maybe in like the second tier of settings, but not in the first. Anyways, hi.
I've had some time to observe you and Captain Nog, and your actions make it clear that you are no friend of the Vaadwaur or the Heralds. This does not, however, assure me that you will be allies to my people. The Krenim have lost much. Our empire is gone, and our people have been killed or scattered. We are what remains, and I will do whatever I must to protect this system, even if it means leaving you to face the Heralds alone.
So what can we do to prove ourselves?
You have already repaired some of our emitters that were damaged by the attack, but there is more yet to do. Should our temporal equipment fail, this location will be instantly overrun by Heralds. If that happens, none of us will survive.
How can we assist?
More of our emitters must be realigned.
and there are other pieces of equipment my people are already working to repair. Assist my team, and then we will talk again.
Understood. I mean, dream logic is a very specific form of logic. It is logical, it's just logical in its own direction. It makes perfect sense if you're thinking at it from a certain angle, or maybe in a certain dimension. I don't know how else to put that.
Your fight overloaded some of the power couplings we use to moderate the temporal flow. If we had a contained space like the technology was originally designed for, this wouldn't be a problem. But we keep pushing the boundaries of what these flow modulators will do. I'm rerouting the power to take stress off the damaged couplings. But first, we need to get this capacitor aligned and ready for the transfer.
Alright. I'm sorry, who invented this stuff?
The temporal technology was developed by a scientist named Anorax.
Okay.
He's still a mystery, even to us. We know he was a ship commander in the Imperium fleet and a genius in temporal mechanics, and that he started work on his inventions in the late 22nd century after our war with the Rilnar. Perhaps he saw temporal manipulation as a way to change our fortunes. We know he was working towards weaponizing his designs, and I can tell from what little I've seen that it is possible. But full access to his data is restricted, so I don't know the full capabilities of his work.
Sounds like a brilliant but troubled man who actually was pretty cool in the episodes he was in. What do you need help with?
Your fight overloaded some of the power couplings we use to moderate the temporal flow.
Oh, yeah, let me align this.
If we had a contained
now it's
space like the
starting to look like
technology was originally designed for, this wouldn't be a problem. But we keep pushing the boundaries of what these flow modulators will do. I'm rerouting the power to take stress off the damaged couplings. But first, we need to get this capacitor aligned and ready for the transfer.
Let me just go and say right now, the Krenim are absolutely in the Voyager rewrite.
The temporal compensators are out of alignment. They help keep us at a stable point in the timeline. If they fail completely, we could end up lost in time. Grab a hyperspanner. We need to get this fixed before the drift coefficient moves out of the safe zone.
Yeah, sure. We're probably going to keep Anorax too, but we're not 100% on that.
You should realign the matrix. Good. I'll put the next location on your tricorder.
Thanks, Nog. Yeah, the Krenim are very much on the back foot here, just like we are. Although, much more so, since they are facing extinction. We're not quite at the extinction level yet. We're getting there. Listen, the fact that love potions are the kind of thing you could buy at the counter store is perfectly fine, Uthor and Evo. I don't see it. Sorry. I don't see any issues here.
Hold this. No, hold it right next to the bracket, or the spanner won't... There. Got it. Thanks. Something is putting too much stress on these components. I'm not sure what it is, but we don't have enough spare parts to keep rebuilding this transceiver. Grab a tricorder and run a level 3 diagnostic. Maybe there are some microfractures. If we can find and repair those, this should hold out until I can fabricate a new unit.
Okay. I mean, it made perfect sense in character, Sarura. Oh, and if you're wondering why you don't recognize the Krenim, it's because they're from Voyager. Gigapudding.
You need to scan for...
Okay, microfractures. Get the epoxy and the repair, and we're good.
That should do it.
Cool. Hey, you know, I talk about underthought a lot. I think Harry Potter is absolutely riddled with underthought.
You've shown you're willing to help. Now perhaps we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement.
How?
We have Anorax's plans, but not the... Interesting. The Heralds are opening a gateway.
What?
The repairs should be enough.
I sure hope so. That's...
See, Great One. It appears they used a cloaking device and escaped.
You are forgiven. Make preparations to depart.
As you command.
An interesting development.
These sentients have proven to be resourceful. Already they have thwarted our plan to bring in the Solanae fleet.
Their struggles are meaningless.
And yet they injured even you, Ticket. I advise caution. They are more dangerous than they appear.
We should render worlds asunder. Spill them as blood until it fills the oceans. It is time to strike.
I understand you want vengeance, but we must not act in haste.
We will continue with our plan. The whole must be as one.
By the way, that's all the Iconians.
The attack on Iconia broke our unity. We were divided, diminished, weak. The others saved us from oblivion, but it took centuries to rebuild our bonds. We cannot risk more loss. The whole must be as one. The campaign will continue as planned.
And yeah, you saw that Matara is willing to think, and Tiket is willing to not.
They couldn't see us? There were Iconians right in front of us and nothing! They had no idea we were here. We were completely safe.
This could be what we need.
The only protection left to my people is our ability to manipulate time. But it is something we must do with great care. Even the most innocuous of changes can ripple through reality in unexpected ways.
Canonically, I already time traveled at this point.
My people and I have made Anorax's theories of temporal manipulation our lives' work. In at least one temporal variant, his ship made the Krenim Imperium the undisputed masters of this region of space. If only we could recreate that vessel.
I'm sorry, vessel?
Anorax designed a ship, a wondrous vessel that could manipulate the time streams and erase elements in an attempt to bring about a desired result. Our records show that he even attempted to use this vessel to restore the Krenim's fortunes, but he was defeated by an unknown alliance. Afterward, the Krenim Imperium declined, as perhaps was its fate all along. We were diminished, but content to let time progress as it would, until the Vaadwaur.
I should probably jump on here really quick and just say that the very concept of the time ship is one of the most horrifying things in this entire setting, to me. Let me explain how this thing works really quick. So let's say for a moment that I point at the controller remote here from my monitor, okay? And I shoot it with the time ship. This remote never existed. Retroactively. It was never made. Think about that for a second. If he shoots a colony, nobody on that colony and none of the materials or raw resources or finished products ever existed. Erased in reverse. The very concept of the time weapon is insane. It's something I talked about during my rumination of the Year from Hell thing, because that kind of a weapon cannot, by definition, create, which is the wall Anorax keeps running into, because he was trying to recreate the Imperium, and he was just kind of going bonk every single time, because he can't create, he can't build with that thing. All he can do is remove. And every time he removes, he has less to remove. And he just kept doing it and doing it and doing it, and things just kept getting worse as a consequence.
The first Krenim worlds to fall managed to warn the others. When the Vaadwaur came, we hid ourselves in the time stream. It was the only way we survived. Before the Vaadwaur arrived, we were working on a relic. It was a replica of Anorax's time ship. With it, we could have gone back and eliminated the Vaadwaur threat before it even began.
Why haven't you done so already?
The Vaadwaur's assault on the Imperium took too much from us. Now we possess Anorax's work, but not the means to bring it to life. You have seen what our technology can do. We have the designs. You have the manpower and the materials. Perhaps your governments would be interested in mutual cooperation. Allow us a chance to undo what the Vaadwaur did, and we will give you something that will erase your enemies from time itself.
Alright, real talk. It makes sense that we would be willing to make this deal. Why? Because we're losing. Badly. The Iconians are sweeping us right now. Remember, every single mission we've been in so far has been a loss. This isn't even a victory, the one we're doing right now. This is just a, And the Iconians are not just going to take the Alpha and Beta quadrants, they're going to sweep the galaxies. Plural. Nevertheless, I have to admit, in the moment, if I was actually the Admiral on staff here, who held the flag and was making this call, I probably wouldn't actually take this call. But that's because I actually understand what the time ship actually does. Like Kira White Noise says, if you erase the Vaadwaur retroactively, the amount of things that would fundamentally change is so nightmarish it's difficult to even properly comprehend. Because that would mean the Vaadwaur Empire from the past, the one that everyone united against to bring down, never existed. And that's just 900 years back.
There's more here than what you've seen.
You've hidden the entire planet?
Yes, we removed ourselves from the time stream to stay alive. With your help, we can change everything.
You hid an entire planet, but you can't build this time ship on your own?
We have the plans. Our resources are almost gone.
We have shipyards, workers, and all the materials you could need.
Nog.
Precisely. We revealed ourselves to you as a gesture of good faith. What will you do in return?
Shoot you in the face before you can ever make this technology.
The Iconians and the Heralds are gone. It's safe to resync with our time and contact our ships. But this is huge. A whole Krenim colony that survived the Vaadwaur? One that has temporal technology that even the Iconians can't counter? A weaponized time ship that can erase entire civilizations like they never existed? This could change the entire war. We could have a chance now.
Oh my god, this is such a bad idea. And yeah, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen that episode, at one point, Chakotay is studying, they have extremely advanced temporal prediction computers. He's studying, and he's like, I've got it. Let's erase this comet so it never existed, and that will fix everything. And he nearly caused an inordinate amount of damage because of the ripple that would do. A comet. Dreadnought, get me out of here. Sure, what happened? We've been scanning for you. I'll talk about it later. Beam me out of here. God damn it. Well, like, if you erase a person, for example, Evo, then that person was never born.
Temporal mechanics is not a complication we need, but this weapon they are proposing sounds intriguing. You and Captain Nog were correct in thinking the Alliance would be interested in investigating such a thing. Personally, I approve of anything the Iconians might fear. Kapla!
Yay. Well, I mean, that person never existed, Evo. So, obviously anyone who ever came from them never existed. Because they never existed. Oh, well... No, not continuity, no! See, if everything has no continuity, then everything's just a parody. I literally shoot myself and then get back up in the next scene. And be like, hey, what's up? Oh my gosh. Okay. Would another person take their place? Not necessarily, no. That is possible, based on how that specific species reproduces. Maybe, to use human example, it is possible that a specific sperm that wasn't the original sperm manages to find the egg, right? But whether or not that even happens is a dice roll, and who that other person is a dice roll. What's the quest we just did? Time in a bottle. Yeah, Iconians, the first time we ever see an Iconian in the history of Star Trek is in this game. So, we have a quest coming up called Broken Circle. After that, we have a quest called Butterfly. I think you see where this is going.
Please report to the Kiana system. Our partnership with the Krenim is starting to bear fruit, but the project may take more time to complete than we have left. We must consider any plan that ensures our survival.
You're starting to get it, Evo. Like I said, it is crazy, the time ship and its time erasure gun. If you probably want, so spoilers for those of you wondering how they defeated it, the ship was used on itself. So the ship erased itself from ever existing. So guess who never made it? It's actually a pretty clever episode. Star Trek doesn't usually handle time that well, but Year of Hell did a good job with it. Yeah, I know, right, Kira? What noise? It was the solution all along. I'm actually surprised it never occurred to him. It's probably the only plot hole there.
You are cleared for docking.
Yeah, so there's the Alliance fleet. The Alliance fleet. Lieutenant?
Greetings. On behalf of Captain Cogran and Alliance Command, I am pleased to welcome you to our research station. The Captain is completing his preparations. In the meantime, I will give you a tour of the facility, where we are building a weapon that will end the Iconian threat once and for all.
Yay.
Follow me. Our researchers can explain how the weapon works and answer any questions you may have.
This is so many levels of a bad idea. At a certain point, and I mean this with sincerity, you have to consider Is it worth being conquered rather than, doing this? I know the Godzilla threshold exists for a reason, but this is crazy.
And here, we have the development area.
How much do you know about the Krenim, 7 of 9?
The Borg have extensive records on the Krenim. They were a species of great interest to the Collective.
I'm not sure I like the idea of the Borg studying us like a bug in a petri dish. I'm not sure I like the idea of the Borg studying anyone.
And what about the Iconians?
The Collective spent a great deal of resources pursuing Iconian technology. They believed the species to be extinct. They were incorrect.
So much for the Borg knowing everything.
The Iconians' technology is far beyond even the capabilities of the Borg.
Fine. But what about shielding the ship that's using the weapon? We haven't solved the paradox problem yet.
This is not my first experience with alternate timelines. It would be possible to develop a form of temporal shielding to protect this vessel from alterations in the timeline.
Now that concept is a little hand-wavy, but it's one that's essentially required. What that is the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause in Universe. AKA, you are not affected by alterations to the time that you are making. It was also something that was pretty much mandatory for the Year of Hell to function. The time ship had a temporal shield over it, so the time ship would be consistently unaffected by all the erasures that they were doing. What I used was I don't remember the specific model, I don't have to use it anymore, but I had a separate splitter, which by itself stripped the HDCP Criscon. So just look for one that actually specifically mentions that, or maybe like in the comments on the product, someone will say, this will strip HDCP protection. That's all. Just run it through another step.
Welcome to our facility. I'm working with one of the teams here to develop the time ship and choose a target. What we do is different from time travel. Anorax's designs are actually for a weapon that can remove elements from the time stream completely, and then time reshapes itself to account for that absence.
That's horrifying.
In some ways, yes. Once the weapon is fired, it can create an entirely new reality. And anyone or anything that isn't temporally shielded will be a part of that reality. That's why we have to proceed slowly. If we're not careful, we could change everything we know and not even know what's happened.
That's horrifying!
But think of the possibilities. We could reverse the effects of wars, stop threats like the Iconians, even turn back time and eliminate the Borg. This is a weapon, but it's one that can make a better galaxy.
Are you listening to yourself?
Captain Cogran's briefing is about to begin. Follow me to the conference room.
I mean, yeah, this is Cthulhu-esque. This is so many levels of messed up, it's not even funny. And yeah, most of the stuff we've been talking about is stuff that's relatively small scale, like removing a comet or a specific individual. Imagine if you fired this weapon at a freaking star that had a habitable world around it. Kagran?
Greetings. I have heard much about your victories against the Iconians. It is an honor to work with a warrior like yourself. We are almost ready to begin. First, however, Agent Cray would like a word.
Oh, goody. It's the local Temporal agent. I can't wait to hear about this. Cray, what do you got for me?
Greetings. My name is Philip Cray. I'm the liaison from Temporal Investigations for this project.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Well, where do I start? I'm 157 years old. But that's only because I spent 90 years caught in a temporal distortion in the Typhon Expanse, serving as an ensign under Captain Morgan Bateson on the USS Bozeman.
Remember that episode?
Much of the crew of the Bozeman found it difficult to integrate back into Starfleet. So much had changed. The Temporal Intelligence Agency took in many of my shipmates, due to our first-hand knowledge of events that occurred in the past. So, that's where I ended up.
Yeah, so, I keep thinking of the number 3. I'm sorry, I'm jazzing a little bit because that's actually unironically one of my favorite episodes of TNG. I love that episode. So I'm now going to once again remove all of my IQ and say, why does this project need a liaison from Temporal Investigations?
The Federation has some serious concerns about possible violations of the Temporal Prime Directive. Normally, Starfleet personnel are strictly prohibited from directly interfering with historical events and should make every effort to maintain the timeline.
Yeah?
Indeed. That should tell you how serious this war has become. If the Iconians win, there probably won't be anyone left to preserve the timeline. In this instance, my role is to ensure that we succeed in our task with the minimal possible disruption to the timeline, as well as to address any repercussions of those disruptions.
So the directive only directive when it's convenient.
I don't disagree. As a Starfleet officer, I am sworn to uphold the Temporal Prime Directive. Not only that, but I have seen firsthand the dangers that come from ignoring it. But as the Vulcans say, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The Iconians cannot use time travel, and that makes it a weapon we can use against them. We must consider carefully whether it is too dangerous of a weapon to use at all.
I can answer that one for you. Pretty sure my entire chat could answer that one for you. By the way, this is the guy you talk to if you're a temporal agent, I believe. I don't mean from the TOS thing. I mean they had an event. Maybe that was the Delta recruit. I've been through that, and you talk to him, and you like report in temporal incursions to him as you're going through the normal quest. It's kind of cool the way they do it, because you get little extra bonus stuff.
The war is not going as well as we might wish.
Really?
Our fleets are protecting key worlds, but dozens of other targets have fallen to Herald attacks. Civilian casualties are rising. We need to act.
Okay.
This facility is building a device to turn the tide in our favor.
Oh my god, that person's sitting in a chair on a chair.
What is the status of the weapon?
We've had some setbacks, Captain. We're still weeks from a working...
They're all in chairs on chairs.
No amount of temporal manipulation will change that.
And have you chosen a target for the temporal incursion?
We are still running simulations. We've configured the holodecks to help us evaluate the possible changes that occur after removing an element from the time stream. Some of these scenarios show promise, but none are exactly what you want.
Very well. We cannot afford to wait another day. We are losing this war. We need to strike now. A direct engagement is our only option. We will put all our resources into a full attack on the Iconians. Every ship we can muster will be a part of one massive strike against the Herald Sphere. Captain Paris is already moving into position with the Vanguard. Ships here will report to the Herald Sphere as soon as possible. There will be more warriors in Stovokor tonight. But first, we will make the Iconians bleed.
So, let me point out the extraordinarily obvious flaw there. We've configured the holodecks to predict what might happen if we actually run, if we alter time. Like, do I need to explain that? Do I need to elaborate on that and how extraordinarily that doesn't work? And yeah, remember, holodecks aren't magic. No, they're not the truth. An Imperial judge can actually look at this and say, but a holodeck can only say, well, here's the factors you've given me, and here's the prediction models I'm going through.
You are the last ship to arrive. We are ready to set course for the sphere.
Oh my gosh.
Alpha Wing, you are cleared for departure.
Okay, so there's... Oh, that... sphere.
Am I glad to see you? It's just not working. The Iconians are gating in their ships, and they have far more reserves than we anticipated. I've called for a hold on the flagship assault until we regroup. There's no point in a suicide run. First, we need to help our ships in trouble. Can I count on you to help?
Duh. Well, the first thing I would do is I would never use it, Evo. Then I would find some way to make the weapon destroy itself.
We are losing warp containment and are in need of immediate assistance.
Like, I figure out who built the weapon, and then I shoot them with the weapon. You did it!
Yeah, engines and weapons are down! Requesting immediate assistance!
Working on it. Like, I'm sorry, Eva, that is not a thing to be used. It's like Sela donating towards the Bard's Tale. You don't do that.
This is Commander Novaron of the RRW AIMHIG. We require immediate assistance.
Oh, it could super easily backfire. And thank you, Sela. I will put that towards Bard's Tale. No, the best option there is to put it under the control of someone who will never use it. Me. And then just let it sit there and never touch it ever, 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 ever. Now you're probably thinking, but then someone will eventually find it and use it. That is an actual real possibility, but if I can't destroy the damn thing, then I don't have another choice. It's never use it and try to make sure no one else can ever get it, or destroy it. And one of those was taken off the table, so that's whatever. I believe that's the remake, because I'm pretty sure I couldn't get the original even running, Saruka. How would I make it safe? Oh, Jesus, I don't know. First of all, I never talk about it. I actually know how to keep secrets. Just like your secret, Flag Ant. That I've never told anyone about. By the way, this doesn't really get across how large this sphere is. This is actually a properly huge texture thing they got going on. It's ridiculous. Anyways. That's right, Yada. Rather than doing the logical thing, I'll use it constantly. That's a good point. I'll tell 2 other people, just to cover me, and then I'll erase them from having ever existed. And that way no one will... Wait. There is, look. Yeah, just fire the time gun from the hip. Get like a chain gun thing going on, you know, minigun. Now you're seeing the brilliance of it, Reggie, because all I have to do is make sure that I never existed. At long last, what I've always wanted my whole life is in my grasp. Sucks to be you. Oh no, that sucker's gonna be with me like all the time, Evo. I'm gonna go to bed with that thing.
We're falling back.
Yeah, this was a dumb idea to begin with.
I cannot do that, Captain. A Klingon does not run from battle.
Go die then.
Farewell, Captain. Today is a good day to die.
Oh, congrats, you scratched the paint.
All right, people, we've got one shot at this.
I mean, you're the one who cursed me, Evo. Jesus.
We'll take care of the reinforcements. Follow that Dreadnought.
I would if you'd let me, game.
We are clear to enter the gateway.
And then I'd erase them from time, Evo. God, it's such a horrible thing.
The flagship's shields are down, and it's losing power. Looks like they're trying to interface with the sphere to give themselves a boost. This might be our one chance to board it and take control. I have 3 troop transports standing by.
Okay. Okay, let me unleash a quantum singularity on them. That should work. I'll say, we did this TFO earlier, if you were paying attention.
Signaling the carriers to move into position now.
Would have been a lot better without the audio spam.
Herald reinforcements inbound. We need to deal with them.
That's 2 o'clock. Where are they? Actually, I was kind of thinking that, Evo. The problem is, eventually I'll die. Either because of accident or because of old age. At that point, I've effectively just hidden the damn thing again. No, what I need to do is I need to get the thing into the sun. Even if I can't destroy it, nobody's going to retrieve it from within the star, right? Up there, there. Thank you again, Sela. As always. And Neo, which is not funded, so we'll do that. Listen, Kip and I have our own issues. Let's not bring him into this. But no, think about it. That'll become like your life's work, is get access to space travel that's good enough to get you close enough to a star to be able to get this thing into the star's gravitational well. So it would be pulled in, and that would be the end of it. Bonus points, you could also use Jupiter if you want. Turn on the safety, lock it down. Probably go down with it, honestly. That way you can make sure it goes in. If the star goes bad, I mean, if there's only so much I could do, you know? I don't have superpowers, I don't have magic. All I have is this frickin' gun that erases people from time in both directions. So if the star goes bad, tough. Not my problem. Actually, that would be funny. So think about it this way. So let's assume this thing is actually truly indestructible. So you shove it into the star, and then a few bajillion years from now, the star goes nova. The gun is shot free from it and is now floating freely in space. A few more 100 million years later, total random chance leads to it being found by a spacefaring race. They're like, what is this? I don't know, let's use it. Ah! And there you go. Mission accomplished. We bought the universe a few 100 million years before all of time in both directions was destroyed. Cool. Oh god, yeah, it lands on some random cave person planet. They're like, what's this? Hey! Bob never existed. And of course, they're not temporally shielded, so they're affected by the changes in the timeline they are making. So they never. So let's say random scenario. Let's say Bob and Bobina are there, and Bobina's like, "What's that?" And Bob's like, "I don't know. Let's go find it." They run. They find the gun. Bob accidentally shoots Bobina. Bobina never existed. Bob's no longer there, and the gun just falls to the ground because no one ever actually went over to find the thing. Later on, Huthor shows up. What's this? Now, Huthor never found it. And it just, like, slowly destroys their entire civilization until someone shoots it at the ground. Or worse, into the air.
Boarding parties are on the flagship and reporting heavy resistance. I'll stay here and keep any reinforcements off your back. You need to transport to the flagship and help our teams there.
Yeah, kid's just like, hey, I'm gonna shoot the sun. Pew, pew. And there goes their whole species. Which also means the gun never actually ran into this planet and keeps flying through space until it finds another civilization and it wipes out that civilization. Oh. I mean, the solution has always been fire the gun at itself. The gun was never made. That there's a reason that was the solution, even on Voyager.
Great, we got through. What's your status? We can't reach any of the other away teams.
We're aboard. We're engaging the Heralds.
Acknowledged. Sensors are picking up power fluctuations near your coordinates. The impact with the Quartar must have disrupted their systems. Start disabling anything you can reach. If we do enough damage, maybe that will help us take their ship.
Sounds like a pirate raid. Do it.
Away teams are attacking power junctions, but they are encountering heavy resistance. It would be an honor to join your team, sir.
Alright, follow me. I mean, yeah, it's Magic the Gathering, right? To go to stack. It's the stack, so it's like,
Away
alright.
teams reporting in, sir. Heavy resistance and heavy casualties.
Really? On boarding an Iconian Dreadnought, who'd have thunk? Anyways, so like, destroying itself would basically erase the whole stack. Like top to bottom. So it never did any of the other stacks, so none of the other stacks ever resolved.
Discharges dead ahead.
What I find funny is, from what I understand, and I could be wrong about this, the stack wasn't designed originally in MTG. It was only until, you know, it got popular and a lot of people started playing it that they started to realize that rules didn't always agree with each other. It's like, how do I deal with this? And so they came up with the stack. And I agree, the stack is actually a brilliant concept.
Federation and Herald weapons fire beyond this door. There is also a power junction.
A lot of orange, too. I'm not sure why. So, yes, there is time travel within the extant. It is entirely Type 1 time travel. At a setting level. So, you know how some settings have, like, different time travel methods? Which could, you know, change history in different ways? None of that. The only type of time travel that's available is Type 1, period. Hi.
Do you care so little for your lives? When you know that with a wave of my hand, with a wave of hand, what have you done? You will burn for your insolence.
Well, just wave your hand, buddy. So yes, here's Matara again. Type 1 means you can't change history and there's no multiple timelines. Time is a linear line is what I like to call that. Everything that ever was done will be done, etc. So you can't change history, put simply.
Matara is retreating. She might be trying to recharge her energy.
Interesting.
Herald, reinforcements!
It makes sense. The Iconians are energy beings. If Matara can't use the ship's systems, she'll use herself as a battery for the gateways. But that's probably dangerous for her.
We need
She's
to
bleeding
disable
herself
the other
dry with
junction,
every
sir.
gateway. Keep at it. If you can drain enough of her energy, she might make herself vulnerable.
There is another power junction ahead.
No, Evo. But that's a much more complex and difficult conversation. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip through Paris' stuff. I was trying to interact with the thing. In short, she's getting weaker because she can't draw on the ship's power systems to use her magic. I mean, I guess this qualifies as a boss fight. It's kind of its own thing.
You may have damaged this ship, but I will still destroy you.
So all we need to do is get the device out of the white hole, and then close the black hole before it comes out of the white hole.
The demon is weakening. Keep disabling the power junctions.
It's working! She's using her own energy to power the gateways.
God damn that song. I actually kind of don't like that song now.
More reinforcements, sir.
I actually don't know if a white hole's a real term.
The area is secure, and the other interface is just over there. I am detecting a third junction ahead.
Like, I've heard the term white hole thrown around a bit, but I don't actually know if it's a real thing or not.
Another junction just ahead, sir.
And I primarily study fiction, so...
If we can keep forcing the creature to use her own power, we can weaken her enough to defeat her.
Or whichever direction it is, Loke, I forget. But the point is,
I am detecting
great time.
strong energy signatures ahead. I believe it to be some kind of command center.
You think you're the hero? You're not. You're weak, pathetic, and I will destroy you.
No, I have
Scans
not tried
confirm her
it.
energy readings are decreasing. This could work.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that hurt a lot. Oof.
I see what you are trying to do, but your efforts are meaningless.
You know, you say that.
A Harbinger! Prepare yourself!
Okay, that I'll pay attention for. Pop cooldowns, pop cooldowns, pop cooldowns, pop cooldowns. Stand in the fire to pop cooldowns. And open a portal to the sun.
We must disable the other interface before we continue.
Don't mind my runabout warping out from inside the Iconian vessel. Everything's cool here. We're cool.
The area ahead contains 4 interface junctions.
That is comforting, I have to admit.
Cannot destroy a god.
You, lady. Yeah, no. We all know the founders are the only true gods. Yeah, pro tip, if you can phaser beam your god, maybe you need to rework your definition a little.
Reinforcements on their way.
You are my weakness. You are wrong.
I mean, honestly, I think the Continuum just doesn't think the Iconians are worth their time. I mean, that's literally vampire ego syndrome right there to quite a... I have the ability to cast magic missile! I should rename vampire ego syndrome to bionic god syndrome. Yeah, well, you know, a great biotic wind. Yeah, come over here. I got a portal to the sun for you, Matara. So the reason I didn't actually call it that, by the way, is because that's clearly an idiot who's just kind of high. Like, it's actually a plot point, is that he's actually being affected by it. Most of the time, vampire ego syndrome is someone who isn't, you know, under the influence. They're just a moron. Come on, stop it.
Energy depleted. Not enough to sustain me. But with the loss of my essence, I summon you. Avenge me.
Well.
Matara. The immortal has fallen. Our sister. For this, the galaxy shall burn. I see clearly now, Ticket. I will stand with you, and these creatures will pay for what they've done. Kill them. Kill them all.
Fall back! Transporter, beam us up!
Why do we stick around for that conversation anyways? Burn the galaxy! It's like,
You made it back! Count yourself among a fortunate few. What's the situation on the flagship?
So they've been holding back up till now. That's not a joke, by the way. They really have been. So we killed one of them.
I hate to say it, but that might be the first bit of good news I've heard all day. Okay, we need to fall back. While there's still a chance, the Heralds will be coming back in force.
Yeah, let's go. You see this giant debris field around us here? Let's go. This unending debris field. Hang on.
These warriors died well, and they will not be forgotten.
There's a ship. Nope. Yep, okay. Oh, escape pods. There's the Star Dancer. Had a friend on that ship. Is had being the operative word here. What could be worth this price? Funny you ask that. Yeah, we recovered about 10 people from the escape pods. Total. And yeah, we're going to chop off for lunch right as soon as we finish up this mission, which I believe is now. I think we have one more cutscene, I think. I'm not sure, it depends. So yeah, you remember how Klingon Idiot Boy was like, we must fight them because we can't wait another day. So we're going to go do a big attack on them right now. Yeah, thanks for that, buddy. We just lost most of our fleet in exchange for pissing off our enemy more. Not what I call a big win. I'm actually going to stop here, because there's actually a little bit left of the mission, and honestly, I'm pretty hungry. So, don't worry, we will be back after the lunch break.